Alright then. So, this is gonna be another case of I sure made a goddamn choice, but, you know, there's only so many skeleton games out there, as it turns out. And I have had some experience with this one in particular, so it only seems right that I do this one at some point. Oh, this has been a headache to get working, though, I gotta tell you. And you'll notice there's some black borders. I was fiddling with it, and it just never quite looked right any of the ways I stretched it to fix it. So I'm just gonna leave it with the small black borders around it. People can get over it. That's basically where I'm at this point. Because getting this working has been an experience. Let me tell you. It seems to be working fine now, but I'm gonna warn y'all right away, there's gonna be some jank. No matter how well I fix this, there's gonna be jank. It's the Sega Saturn. There's gonna be jank. That's just fact of life. Now, I'm gonna explain one or two things about what this is right quick. So actually, let me quickly reset it while I'm thinking about it. Or it's not going to reset. Interesting. Give the core a full kick then. And then you can see the old Saturn start screen as well. This way the intro will play. And it may explain the game better than I can, it might not. We'll see soon enough. Pay no mind to that. Breaking, everything's totally fine. Skull. Mr. Bones. Get used to music stings like that happening, by the way. Because there's gonna be a lot of that in this game. I think... Okay, no. We go and start, and then the actual intro will play. I got my wires crossed. So now for the actual intro of the game. Which is crackling again. God damn it. You're just gonna have to live with it, unfortunately, because nothing I've tried has fixed the crackling. I've plugged something in. What does it do? Well, a lot, actually. Most of it not good. It's up there, where all the wires are going, in an awful nuclear reactor-looking place. There's this gentleman.
Midnight. Day one of a new world. Every night the army of darkness gains more soldiers. Tonight, the world will be mine.
I mean, his beat's a little basic. Something's wrong with one of them.
Didn't I used to have more skin on these bones? Man, you know I got the blues.
So much for his vaunted purity. He missed one.
Excuse me, did I miss something? What's going on? Oh, I see. Nice talking to you. Somebody's messing with something he shouldn't be messing with. Now we're living proof of that. Undead proof anyway.
He's been noticed now.
You are an impurity.
Hey, let's not get personal now.
You will be dissolved.
Uh-oh.
The war drums are sounding now. We gotta go. And now it's our part. Gotta keep that skeleton alive. Well, relatively. We are the Blue-Eyed Gentlemen. Right now, all we can do is run and jump for the most part. We'll get into Mr. Bones' other capabilities once we get out of this part. As you can see, the game launches straight into an auto-running segment. That's your first impression of this game. Gotta watch out for the rocks thrown by the Army of the Darkness behind us. That's our primary threat in this stage of the game. You'll notice that the letters up top are our health. You'll see that I can turn it blue when I mash a button. That's how you get your parts back if they get knocked off of you. Those blue butterflies will heal me, and I'm going to need to touch just about all of them. Either no, and yeah, this is a thing. This sure is a thing. Hope you're doing well. I'm so far doing alright. Certainly better than I was toward the end of the week last week. Yes, clearly I wanted to catch that rock. That was the greatest idea I could possibly have. You'll notice as our health gets lower, we start losing parts when we jump as well. His cohesion starts falling apart. Yeah, that's pretty much where I was at. When the weather can't make up its mind, nobody's having a good time. And thank you for that resub, by the way. I think I said it, but brain is a little sidetracked trying to handle these controls. Right into the pit, huh? Great. Love that for me. These ghosts are solid. They will knock me around, so I need to make sure not to run into them. I need that arm. I mean, I don't really need that arm in this stage, but your body parts generally fall off in order if it's from health damage. There are certain ways you can lose your other parts immediately, and it's not ideal, but we'll get into those as they become relevant. And this isn't the only game planned for today, but I figured I'd start with this because this is the one most likely to get bailed out on before it's all said and done. Because for as fascinating a game as this is, it's rough. Like, I love the idea of this game, but playing it is a bit of a different animal. I'll be honest with you. That's pretty much how I feel about it too, yeah. Now we got this little segment here where the Army of Darkness is once again trying to drag us down. You'll notice they attack low or high. I don't remember if you can duck under the high attacks, but I tend to just aim for jumping over everything up to be on the safe side. So there's gonna start becoming points where it's gonna be very hard to avoid getting touched. I didn't really want to grab that butterfly right now, because I didn't need it. Yep, my tempo's off now. This is a problem. This game is very kind in that it gives you a lot of healing in this section. And you're gonna need it, because they start going fast. I shouldn't have jumped for the heal. I should have just waited. That one's on me. You notice that the butterflies aren't healing as much anymore. Forget what I'm supposed to do at this point. I think it's genuinely just stay alive still. I need to get my arms back. There we go. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Because there is a self-destruct button, and it's not advisable to use. Bonk, 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 bonk. Where am I supposed to run off now? I genuinely don't remember. And as if the game's gonna tell me. Yep, we're dead. And as you'd expect, when you die, you turn evil and join the mass. Now, there's something to note about when you die in this game. That is a grand inconvenience. Except there is a way around the problem that we'll get into in a second here. You'll notice we're back on the title screen. The good news is, there's level select by default. I hit the wrong button, and accidentally went back to Grave Escape like an idiot. I meant to hit B, but I forgot that I have my controls a little jank because of having to fight with a different problem. So we're just gonna go ahead and die here. Just show off what happens if you don't outrun the army of the dead. You die basically instantly if they get too many on you quickly. It's... Judging from what I've seen happen to people who have never seen this game at all, I would say it's a measure of having played the game previously. That was the only reason I didn't just straight die out immediately, because I knew what I was getting into. Because more often than not, I watch people just get pelted to death with those rocks very quickly. We've got full health this time, so I'm going to leave that skull there for a little bit. Now, being close to one of the edges is not great, because the patterns usually start from the edges. Ah, there we go. I think that's what I needed, was the arm laser thing. I think that works on other skeletons. I didn't play this that much growing up, but I remember watching it be played a bunch growing up. Because one of my brothers was, at least for a time, fairly committed to trying to get through this. Okay, we're doing a little bit better, debatably, this time. Okay, they're up on their feet now. Yep, there we go. It is the laser, her arm. I just gotta be careful because grabby hands are an issue. Yeah, I think we need to eliminate all of the skeletons, is the trick to this. But you'll notice, even when we defeat one, their explosion can hurt us. So it's a constant trade dance going on here, and it's not great. I'm gonna get smacked. Oh boy. Thankfully he took his friend out and not me, so that works out for me. Now that the crowd's thinned a bit, I can actually dodge. Okay. Now we're getting places. I think we won? I think we did it? Yep, the army's retreated, so now I can actually move out. We can finally make progress. The valley. Wasn't there supposed to be a cutscene? I think that's the problem with using level select, is you end up missing cutscenes. We can go back and check here in a moment, now that we've at least got access to the valley. Look here, you. Stop it. But now you'll notice things have changed pretty drastically. We're now in actual full platformer mode. We got legs kicking around, trying to be a problem. Extra limbs laying about. I will say, if you didn't grow up with a Saturn, I can't say that it was the worst thing for you. Yeah, you might have been better off. There's some things on this system that I genuinely do love, but, boy, it was a bit of a jank system. And this is an example of what I was talking about, though, with the fact you can lose limbs out of order, because they just ripped one of my legs off, so now we actually have less movement. We hop around instead of walking, which is one of the things I really like about this game, because it's a very good system attached to a very, very needlessly difficult game, I think is the best phrasing for it. But you'll notice there's a spare pelvis, spare legs, and all that good stuff down here. So they knew you were going to lose a part there, because they just jump you with it. Well, that was interesting. Yep. Figured that was going to happen, just wasn't sure how to go about dealing with that. Yeah, you'll notice there is still the constant drum beat in the music in the background. Representative of that gentleman's control over his army of the dead. It's also worth noting that you'll note that we got some of the letters in bone back. If I remember right, you regenerate back to the last full letter you had. Like, if I had just the last line of E left, it would regenerate back up to E. But if you lose all the parts of a letter, that letter's gone, and you have to grab a healing item to get it back. Buttons like that, as you would expect, open doors. If I remember right, there's a way to end up with a limb you're not supposed to have, but you can't necessarily keep it. I think it's like you just mash the magnet button and you can kind of keep them near you, but you can't actually use them properly, something like that. Either that or there's something later on. I do remember some weird stuff like that happening. I just don't remember how to properly do it. Like, I wish a more modern game would actually take a system like this and do it again. But I don't know if we ever will get anything quite like this again. And, like, I don't even have a problem with the game as a whole, really. Just, it's a little too stiff, and some of the game design is a little questionable from a fairness perspective. But again, that's the way this era was. Cheap shots kind of abound in platforming games, so it's not really a stance against it, just a matter of this is how things were. But it'd be nice if it was redone at some point. But I don't think we'll ever see a remake for this. Not because of anything against the game, but I think it might be another case if it's in licensing hell. So there's nothing stopping another company just making a skeleton game with all the same mechanics. It just wouldn't be Mr. Bones. Here's the key that opens this. It might also be that later on you gain the extra limbs, because I don't remember how the later parts of the game go. I only remember these first couple stages myself. Because these were the only ones I specifically played. Okay, there's the key. And more to the point, I had actually played the first stage again while I was testing this to make sure it worked this morning. Which is why I was as familiar with where all the jumps were and everything as I was. But I do remember that there were parts where you actually have to, like, remove limbs and such in order to get through places because you had to be smaller. Wait. I don't remember defeating him. Ah, that's why, because it's a trap. But yeah, you'll notice one of the biggest problems is our means of defending ourselves isn't great. And the less letters of bone you have, the less reach you have with your beam. Which is unfortunate. And that's what I was talking about before, where once your health gets low, impact will also remove limbs. Okay, couldn't jump over it. Ah. But, like, you saw how the legs were spinning before I got my pelvis back on properly, for example. You have to have the right components for limbs to work. Oh. Apparently our health was low enough that that was a kill? I guess those do a decent bit of damage then. That's upsetting. So let's check something here. Okay, no, the cutscene was after this one. Okay. Because it'll even show you where all the cutscenes are and the names of everything. Don't look too closely at that, because it's full of spoilers, but, you know. For our purposes, it's better if I can use level select. Depending on how long I stay on this, I do have at least one other skeleton game in mind that people will find to be a blast from the past as well. Though, that one was definitely better received than this one. And based off that description alone, people could probably very easily figure out what it was. But I suspect I'm going to be stubborn and play this for a while at the very least. Appreciate it, Tiny. I know you got a lot going on today. I don't think that does continuous damage or anything. I think that just is a matter of if you hold it on them long enough, they're defeated. Okay, that's what I needed to do. There's probably something down here as well. No? There's apparently nothing in this hole. This is just a hole. Hello. I'm very pixelated skeleton. Hello. And this is exactly how it looked, by the way. I didn't upscale anything or any of that. I thought about it, but it's been running jank enough that I opted not to mess with that. Oh, grab that. Grab that. Because I believe the headstone itself's a checkpoint, and the skull underneath is just free health. Whee! Spam. Okay. Ain't that a kick in the head? Now stop it. Okay, this time doing this stage much better. Clear these guys out just in case I need to get a new pair of legs. It's far better to clear these guys out ahead of time. Because you avoid situations like this where you start getting juggled like an idiot. Anyway. Also note, if I can do it again, that Mr. Bones can hang off ledges and things. But, as you might imagine, can only do that if you still got arms. It's kind of hard to grab things without arms. And as to where this hand laser thing came from, we have no idea. It hasn't been explained. I don't remember if it's explained in the manual or if it's one of those that gets explained later in the game things. I think it's a later in the game thing. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I think we still have our copy somewhere. Pretty sure we do. At the very least, I have a very vivid memory of the disc from a couple years ago, which is definitely long after any of us had touched it, in terms of playing the game. If you're wondering why all those legs are so high up, they're there to keep you from jumping away from the other guys, is the thing. Instead of being a constant threat, they're just there to stop you jumping. And look, look at these two. They're friends forever now. Their parts might get a little mixed up next time they get up, but it'll be fine. This guy's the one who was a problem last time. Okay, there's a key somewhere again. It's up there. Huh. So what you're saying is I gotta take the high road. Somehow? Huh. There we go. Nope. Up. Up, up. No? Oh, there we go. I can reach this one. You'll notice his reach is a little deceptively long. But that's what this stage is for, is to teach you Mr. Bones' capabilities in the platforming sections. Give me at least my pelvis back, damn it. They stole my legs, so I gotta go get a new pair of legs. After all, how else best to defeat a skeleton but by taking all their parts? Well, I don't need to duck when I'm just half a man. Joke's on you. Those are arms. There we go. That's how you do it. Now I got extra hands, except they don't stick to me. They just stay there for a little while and fall off. Yeah, if I keep mashing, I can keep them. But you'll notice I can't actually use them. They're just kind of attached. But they're having a great time. Look at them go. Just, woo, yeah! I get to be a part of a body, yeah! It is very hard to move properly with these spinning around on me, though, I gotta tell you. Oh, there they go. Thankfully, even without legs, we can make it up here. It'd be better if we had legs, though. Wow, they really expect me to just be losing my arms, huh? Well, that's inconvenient. Any legs? Oh yeah, these mushrooms heal you too. Anything blue heals you in this game, basically. Because in this world, blue is good, red is bad. Which I disagree, but, you know. Well, there goes my pelvis. I didn't need that, right? Everything's fine? Yeah. I could try to go back, but with all the bones flying back and forth over there, it's probably a crapshoot plan. So let's just go forward, I guess. I just gotta be more careful. And there's ghosts everywhere now. Spooky. There we go, we got a leg. Come on, give me my other leg. There we go. Everything's fine. We got whatever that is. I forget what that does. Okay, I gotta go back and do the jumping properly. Or not? The first to say, once again, I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, there we go. It's just a very janky detection there. Okay. I need that. And I think we're out of here. So that's 3 stages done. Okay, good. We do still get the cutscenes even with level select, so we're fine. Get chased out by the spooky red ghosts.
I'm stiff as a wet sheet in a cold snap. You better face facts, Mr. Bones. They ain't gonna leave you alone. Some red-eyed devil's gonna make his bones tonight. Yeah, maybe I should just let him. What's that sound?
Now is where things get interesting.
Hotel I could hole up in. Some gingerbread house bed and breakfast skeleton hotel. I don't know this place, but I know that sound. But how do I know?
Is someone out there? Who are you? What do you want? No, I know someone's out there. Either come inside or be on your way.
you might have gathered, this man can't
How does
see.
that thing do that? It would make that pretty noise.
What, have you been dead for 50 years? It's called a guitar, son. Why don't you try one on for size? Don't think about it. Just play it.
That's better.
There you go.
Note the drum beats in the distance.
Uh-oh, sounds like I'm back in serious jelly.
Are you messing with the Gullion?
The Goulian?
The man with the drums.
Yes, sir, we are messing.
You'd better hang on to that guitar. It might come in handy.
Thanks. Later on.
Now we got a name for our enemy, the Goulian. Because of course that's his name.
How about that? One chord and I wigged him. Now, y'all can't talk, but you can listen and maybe even feel.
Now we're brought to another mechanic of the game. Guitar solo. You gotta figure out what order to press these in that'll make them happy. You'll notice, as more of them turn blue, we're doing good. If more of them turn red, we're doing bad. This early one's fairly generous, because they're trying to teach you how to play any of these sections. You'll notice once you start doing really well, they start lighting up some candles for you. But they will start booing you if you screw up too much. Problem is, I have no real indicator as to which one I'm supposed to do next, aside from A, a bit of guesswork, and B, noticing the second you turn red when you do it. And then immediately swapping between all of them to figure out which part you're supposed to be doing now. Because, like, some of them you can tell what the correct move is. Some of them I got no idea. Ooh, it got a little crunchy there, though. I don't know why... Hold that thought a second. I think I know what's causing some of these issues. I don't entirely know why it's doing that, but I'm gonna go ahead and bat that so it stops making my CPU go crazy. Yeah, you know. He's just got piles of guitars just hanging. Yeah, I think there is actually a correct progression to these, and I'm slowly remembering it. There we go, we got it. You don't have to win them all over. It will eventually end on its own.
They don't make them like they used to. Good thing I've got a sense of humor. Situation like this could be downright depressing.
You know, the guitar just vanishes. Its job done. Night of the Bats. Of course, you know, there was also the question of this one blind man's hanging out in a cabin with nothing but guitars in it. There was no way to cook, nothing like that in there. He's just hanging out all by his lonesome as the dead walk the earth. We don't want to mess with that guy. Exactly. Power of his art. No, my pelvis. I need that. Going up there was pointless anyway. The rib cage again. Ow. I wanted that arm. Eek. Bats, please. I like bats. You'll notice that those pieces were actually shifting between limb types. Now that we got an arm, we can actually defend ourselves again. Are yourself. But you'll notice Dagul's power is extended to the living as well as the dead now. Or at the very least, these are hostile for one reason or another. If those bats are allowed to dive at you, they will take parts. I don't know why Oh, I think I know why. And it's this controller's being a problem again. So I realized at some point that occasionally it gives double inputs on one of the buttons, and the button it gives double inputs on sometimes is the self-destruct button that I ended up setting. So that wasn't a great decision on my part. This looks to be only arms and ribs, so this is not helpful. Dang it. Leg, please. Nope. Everything is fine. Please don't stomp on the half a skeleton. That's rude. Oh, no you don't. Not again. I think only the the dark bats will actively attack you. The brown ones just move on their paths. They're just hanging out. Much as I like bats, I'm gonna blast them anyway, just to be on the safe side. There we go. Okay, everything's fine. Everything is fine. More arms. Because that's what I clearly need. It's more goddamn arms. Okay, I managed to land the jump. Beautiful. Don't really need that, but take it. Ah, these are interesting, because you have to have specifically the parts that are listed here. At least I believe that's how these work. Oh, I have a pelvis that I'm not supposed to have. God damn it. Hang on. Pick this up. Blow up all my bits. There we go. Now we can enter here. Dawn of the Bats. I believe these are like bonus stages, I think? Either way, we're down to just one arm for this at the moment. There's another rib cage. Pixelated enough that it's a little hard to tell what it is, but you can tell by the basic shape. God damn it. The timing on these branches is a bit funky. There we go. It's all the same button to launch yourself on those branches and to grab ledges. So it can be a little weird. I'm going to save that for later. There is still music and everything, it's just quiet. I don't know how well you guys can hear it. Hey! I needed that. God damn it. Oh, this is a problem. There's an arm up there that I desperately need. No. Well, it's not music per se. There's a rumbling happening occasionally. Just like a brrrr every now and then. That's about all I'm getting to. You might be hearing that, you might not. But even if you're not really missing anything with that one. Oh, God damn it. We're in trouble. We are in very serious trouble. That's a pelvis, isn't it? God damn it. There's an arm, but I need a rib cage before I can have an arm. Which, it's a bit of a weird choice for them to not have any music in what is coming off as a very musical game. But I'm gonna file it under disc limitations. Wait, hang on, I do hear something very faintly in the background. Let me turn it up a bit. The problem is, everything else was so loud that I'm kind of worried about turning this up, but I'll turn it up a bit for now and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, there's a very faint every now and then. That's about all I'm getting, and as I said, I don't have a lot of audio control of the game, so it's a little iffy to do a lot to make it audible for you guys without making everything else murderously loud. Game, please. Yep, we're dead. Because, like, now that is probably pretty loud. Yeah, that's kind of loud, but not terribly so. So we might be okay with it in this spot. We'll see how it goes. Like, that's the problem with this kind of game is I have no volume sliders or anything, so I can only... It only goes on or off. And apparently Dawn of the Bats is just the next part of that stage. Okay. I completely forgot about that one. So everything else in that stage would have been just pointless to go to then. So right back to Dawn of the Bats we go then. You can also make the letters do weird stuff. You make them explode, you make them jump, make them fly away to the left. Yeah, this segment's probably gonna just end up having to be kind of quiet. Of course they're not coming back. Not until they can easily hit me. Got through here so cleanly the first time, and now I'm just getting bullied by bats. Open this up just in case again. Just slightly more responsive controls would make this so much easier a game. There we go. I think I actually drained the health from him now that I look at that again. Not entirely sure. In the end, same results. Okay, now we got 2 arms at least. Got a little bit more leeway to work with. Bones, please. Thank you. Of course, it was out of range for me to hit it at the time, but if I moved even slightly forward, I get hit, of course. Why am I even going for this leg? I don't have a pelvis. Gotta go find a pelvis. There we go. Ordinarily, I'd be happy to have bats everywhere. Not right now. Game, please. Higher, please. Oh, fine. Okay. Now I needed to get here with only 1 arm, huh? Great. And of course a part fell off. Of course it would have. Now I gotta go get a different arm. Because without the rib cage, I couldn't get an arm. There we go. That's the one kind of annoying thing with how the body system in this works, is exits like that are problematic. You know, if you just grabbed the ledge the first time you were near it, that would probably have helped. Come on. Problem is, we get our best jump off the branch when we're at the edge of it, but if we're at the edge of it, we hit our head. I'm just gonna wait and destroy these bats, because this is getting annoying. This game, I swear. This is why I said this is the one that if I'm going to throw any of these away before I get super far in them, it'd be this one, because the jank is real. Oh my god, please just do what I tell you to, you stupid bag of bones. You're really being the perfect essence of a bonehead right now. I don't want the other leg, much as I do actually want the other leg. I can't have the other leg and get out of here. Like, it's the specific requirements for getting through those doors that make this annoying. Without those, this would be fine. But then again, you'd also just be going through every stage with a full body all the time as much as you could. And I suppose that would make it in some ways a little too easy. There's also the argument to be made where there's nothing wrong with that. I will give them credit for one thing in terms of difficulty, though, and that is the fact that they at least give you default level select. And it gives you full access. So it's not like you are in that much trouble if you are having a bad time. It just means you may end up redoing a specific stage 1,000 times. It's like, this could have had a live system, or it could have had you go through all the stages in one go to begin with. There's a lot of ways this could be worse. But like, for example, just having better audio mixing, like I was talking about initially, so that I could actually get you guys to be able to hear everything properly without it being a whole nightmare. B, just slightly better controls. This game would have been phenomenal. Instead, it's still a very interesting game, and I can't say it's bad, but boy, is it a sign of its time. Oh, this is a bad situation to be caught in. Come on. Yeah, the music's getting more clear now as well, because I can actually hear a guitar riff occasionally now. You've got both your limbs, Bones. Why are you taking so long to climb up there? I know you got no muscle, but that also means you're a lot lighter. God damn it, Bones. Could you actually do what I tell you to without taking a minute to think about it for a change? I pressed the attack button before the bat was even close to us, and he just did not raise his arm fast enough. And now we're basically screwed here. One could even say we're boned. Yep, there it is. Because that area is so covered with bat paths. And there's basically nothing you can do about them if your health gets low enough. Because your range turns to nothing. Okay, even that part's not too crazy high. So it should be okay. I'm an idiot, I hit the start button. Reflexes! Because you want to just go right back into it, forgetting that you have to use level select to do anything here. So we're going to watch Mr. Bones die again. Just imagine if accidentally doing that meant I lost all my access down to here. How awful and annoying that would be. Okay, we are a whole man once again. Ironically enough, the platforming part is probably one of the parts that works the best. Like, in terms of the actual jumping. It's everything around it that's not necessarily the best. It's like, you actually have pretty decent air control for a game on the Saturn. Oh my god. The fact that you can lose your only means of defending yourself so readily, though, definitely makes things problematic. Because, of course, your arm is one of the first parts to go at any given time. And this is where this system gets a bit frustrating, is because now that we're at lower health, the drop of a hat, half of our parts are going to fall off. But our range is so limited that we're basically stuck trading with anything we try to fight. But I can't reliably platform with enemies around because the controls just do not react quick enough. And without me knowing exactly where everything is going to be and where I'm going the entire time, we're in trouble the whole way anyway. There's also, you know, the whole issue that every time I jump, my limbs fall off. And then there's the fact that some of these bat paths are so goddamn weird. There we go. Oh, and I think these dark bats literally just spawn randomly if you take too long. You know, not that we have much of a choice about taking long when you're getting constantly bullied. Oh, speaking of things that are just kind of unfair, there was no way for us to know that they were going to be there until we ran into them. And now I'm going to have to keep going back for limbs constantly because he just doesn't have the energy to hold his stupid self together. Pull yourself together, man. I don't think there was anything to heal with back here, was there? Nope, instead I've just made my situation worse because I'm a genius. It's like, a light tap is going to make parts fall off of us now. We desperately need to get health back. But we can't, because we can't go anywhere. Because even the lightest jumps are making our arms fall off, and without our arms, we're hosed. And look at that amazing attack range we have of nowhere. Like, I touched that bat, and it's just like, nah. Just nodding along. I was hoping to catch it to see if I could get the rest of the bee back, and it looks like I was wrong about regenerating. It was actually draining, I guess. Like we were taking it off of the enemies. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm trying to get into a position where I could potentially get a little bit of energy back from the bat. But now the bat's just gone, apparently. Where? What? Hello? Oh, whatever. Guess we're just gonna go without parts. And probably just die, because we are super vulnerable. I'm not even sure you can make that jump without at least an arm. It's probably pixel perfect, without any limbs. Remember how I was praising the air control? Yeah, that was only partially true. Because most of the time it feels very good, and then there's times where it just ceases responding. But that might be an emulation issue. I don't remember it feeling this bad on the actual hardware. And with the hoops I had to jump through to get this to emulate, I'm not surprised that it's having a bit of trouble. Yeah, it's a second pelvis. Really won't help anything. Like, most of my platforming issues, I'm pretty sure, are coming from the fact that we got no limbs left. This is probably a case of I should have just tanked the death, but you'll notice there's no bats anymore for some reason. The last bat we were trying to fight just vanished into the ether somewhere. There we go. I found a bat to die to, so we can actually try again in better condition. That is the one big downside to this system the game has, though, is you can end up just kind of in an unwinnable position. And it's not as hard to avoid getting into that position as you would think, considering your health really isn't that long. Because you would think with the amount of segments to the letters, you'd actually have a decent amount. But most things, as you may have noticed, do more than just the one bit of a letter. Or get a chance to hit you so many times that you end up losing the rest of those letters rapidly anyway. And then there's cases like that where somehow we just didn't even lose a piece of a letter at all. And I don't really understand. That was an attempt to crouch, by the way, that ended up turning into me moving forward while also crouching and then running into the bats. On the bright side, we got lucky this time, so this whole aggravation is now avoided. Well, I say it's avoided. We just trade it for a different problem. Because I'm now going to get bullied by the big man, because sometimes he's stunned by my attack and sometimes he isn't, and I don't know what determines that. And your aim direction and crouching are on the same input, so good luck aiming up and crouching at the same time. Literally, if the stun on that was consistent, I think that wouldn't be an issue at all. But exactly how that played out is exactly why that's a problem. And again, I would not say this is a bad game, it just really suffers from some very severe jank issues. Reminding everyone once again, it's a game on the Saturn. And here we go, having this exact situation play out again, because he wouldn't move forward. Because he knew he had the best position possible, so just, oh, you're screwed. There's nothing to be done because they sometimes just will not stun. And you can't really move and fight that well. At least not that I've been able to tell. Maybe I'm just doing something wrong there? I genuinely don't know. Like, I know you can move a little bit, but that's mostly turning once you attach to something. Despite the fact that the beam will extend to chase an enemy that's running from you, you can't actually chase them. Nor can you retreat. Oh, now crouching here works. I guess we had to be just that little bit closer to him so the knuckles didn't just barely touch us so it would count. I don't know. I'm just gonna wait till those bats pass. There we go. And then miss the jump anyway, because Mr. Bones is nowhere to be, apparently. He just wants to lazily hop a little instead of jumping like I told him to. And this is a perfect example of something I've talked about in other games before. A game where the animation takes priority over the game feeling good. As you'll notice, when I first press a direction, he turns if he's not facing the direction I want him to go in. So there's that whole delay while he turns. And that's what keeps screwing these jumps up in the trees up. Is there's this whole startup time to him starting running. But he won't jump fully properly forward without that full startup. Just in case anybody who hasn't experienced this is wondering why I'm having such a hard time. That's part of the list of the reasons why I'm having such a hard time. Like, that coupled with all of the other reasons why this is not an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, which, even with it working well, this isn't an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. I would also like to make sure that that's understood. Why won't you stun, you cheating bastard? You know what, the heck with you, I'm out of here. Oh, great. So he's the you fell down punishment, huh? Ah. And in case anybody's wondering why that all went weird, there's also this big bounce off of him that happens sometimes. And I don't know what determines that happening. Because I'll hit him at the same speed 2 different times and end up with 2 different results. Because that whole mess that transpired there was me attempting to get close to him and crouch under his arm's reach so that I could zap him properly. And I just could not get it to happen, because he kept bumping me backwards every time I approached. And if I tried to crouch walk up to him, that would have been too slow, so he would have hit me again anyway. Like, I file this stage and some other stages like it under... They knew exactly what they were doing to make this very upsetting. Like, these I feel are purposefully nasty areas. Like, they knew the limitations the control setup they gave the player has, and they exploited them to make it harder. Rather than making the controls better to thus make the game more reasonable for people. So if we go this way, we fight Big Man, we lose. We go up there, we fight Big Man, we lose. I don't like any of these options here. One of these has to turn into we fight Big Man, we win. So I don't think there's anywhere to the left to go. There we go. I finally got a hold of him good enough. And I still, to this day, still don't know what determines one or the other on that. Because we did the exact same thing twice and got different results. I'm confused. Okay, coming over here doesn't seem to have had a beneficial purpose, because we end up fighting the other Big Man again anyway. Oh, good. He just randomly hit me that time anyway. There we go. I don't know why he wouldn't move forward from that position, but I'll take it. I am confused. Oh my god. The thing I will say that's negative as far as the platforming goes is sometimes the platforms are shaped in a way that is deceptive. Like this log that's sticking out right up here. You would think that whole length of log would be platform, but it isn't. With the way it's rendered out, you would think more of that than just the lit up part would be platform, but it isn't. Just the lit part is platform, and even that's questionable. For those wondering, I'm trying to grab hold of this ledge so I can get up here. So we can get to the health. But of course, these springboards are worse than old Mario springboards, in that they just decide sometimes you need to die. Okay. I wanted full health before moving forward, because one more bad knock and we were going to be in a very bad position. I also really hate the fact that it's so easy for me to end up falling off after attacking something. You know what? I'll take those trades. If it means those bats aren't there anymore, I will take those trades in a heartbeat. Oh my god. I know why I keep making those bad jumps, because I think I'm in a better platforming game than I am. I'm like, oh yeah, I can make that jump. It'll be reasonable. Nope. This is why I'm getting this theme out of the way first, because for those who don't know, the amount of games starring a skeleton, or at least primarily focusing on skeletons, there really ain't that many of them, and a lot of them really aren't that good. Sadly. Like, obviously, some of the good ones would be things like Grim Fandango and games like that, and Medieval. Then there's games like this. So, of course, with the way my brain works and the fact that I have memories tied to this, I chose this. Boy, did I make choices. So I do continue to stand by the statement that just a little bit of cleanup, this game would be so good. It just has just enough jank that it can be very frustrating to play. Take this very ledge, for example, where for some reason he just was not grabbing it. And now we're about to get bullied again. And I didn't get a rib cage, so I'm not allowed to have arms anymore. Great, great. Love that for me. And there's another big guy waiting down there to ruin my whole day. Why is that arms and pelvises? Why is that the pairing they chose for that at spawn? Oh my god. Where'd my ribcage end up? There it is. Got him. Okay, we got our health back. We're okay. I think we've only got one arm, though. Yeah, we've only got one arm. Only the left. But at least we're back in it now. We're actually functional. And yeah, that does prove my theory that I was actually getting health back by stealing it from them, not regenerating it. So what I was talking about before was bunk. Ignore that. Yes, because I clearly wanted you to hop onto the tiny platform above you instead of jumping to the right, which is what I told you to do. Ignoring the fact that I was telling him to jump to the left. Just don't worry about my right-left statements right now. I'm kind of losing my mind. Come on, man. Work with me here. Oh, to hell with it. We'll go the other way. And this is why I didn't want to go that way. This is full of bad and sadness. I wanted to go my way. But no, instead we have to go to the fuckery zone over here where everything wants me dead. Which admittedly everything wants me dead everywhere I go, it seems, so there's that. Come on. There we go. Okay, we are fully rearmed. Come on, I see you right there. If we were fully tiny body, we could get in there. In fact, there's a thing I probably should go get. Let me just deal with the last bat before I try to make my way in there. In tiny form. There we go. Kaboom! What? Oh, right! This is how you do the thing. You'll notice we now have our hands and legs attached to our pelvis. I'm not entirely sure how I did this, but this is another thing you can do. It's kind of jank to do it. Now, before I reassemble those... Oh, I think I actually need... Oh, for God's sake. There we go. Put those over there. So I can grab these. Game, why are you like this? I did not tell you to pick up your legs! Oh, whatever. Oh, good. Just came up here and immediately lost it all. Love that. Christ. If you could not have bad hit detection for a second, I'd be grateful. Well, he took care of himself at least. Well, we're not gonna get the other thingy, because the big guy jumped down where it was, and I'm no longer interested. Let's just get out of here before anything else goes wrong. Because this is gonna be a whole other problem. Curse you, bat! Because we got another running segment. We gotta outrun some logs. And I will say, I appreciate the fact that they do break up the gameplay by having essentially rhythm sections, platforming sections, and then endless running sections. I do like that about this game. I don't know how long this stage is. If it's anything like the last one, it's probably going to go on longer than it needs to. Which is the one downside to these running sections, is they are a little long for what they are. Okay. We're still okay. We still got all our parts. We're only missing part of the S. Everything is fine. Oh, I had no idea where that one was going. Because it jumped weird. Oh, come on. And this butterfly's taunting me. I'm so screwed. Yep. I knew hanging back like that was bad, but I couldn't get to the health. Because every time I jumped for it, it moved. I should have just not bothered with it, but I felt like I needed it, and instead I made myself need it. Gotta go. Like, look at this. There's 3 butterflies on screen right now. In what world would you need 3 of them? Like, how badly would you have to screw up before any of the logs even are rolling for you to need 3 healing butterflies? What the hell is this? And then they're all gone by the time you actually need them. Like, that is clearly another decision by the development team to just thumb their nose at the player. Like, you can try to claim, oh, it's just a nice visual touch all you want, but no, that's just them going, nah, you need these later, but you ain't getting them, haha. Oh yeah, I forgot, I can engage ball form. Just go, whee! Oh, I got screwed up by the rock again. No, Don't fall for it this time. Just wait for a butterfly up on your side. Where the hell is that log going? God. Oh, it disappeared the second I got to it. Come on. That is not what I need right now. Come on. Got it. Did we not even gain health from that? I feel like our health bar didn't change, and I'm upset. There we go. Apparently in this section he yells Yahoo when he picks those up. I don't understand, but at least it's funny. And we are running through a nice looking set piece at least. I'll give them that. At least I'll die somewhere pretty. Oh, wow, these are rude. These are so rude. This must be close to the end, right? That one didn't even make contact and I died. We were doing so well, and then just suddenly... dead. And I would like to point out, note that this is like a quarter of the way through the game. Give or take. Because as far as I can tell, that is the end over there on the right. It's not a long game. It's just a pain to get through. Bat, please. And remember, this all happened just because one bat decided to move a stick that was holding up this entire set of logs. Of course, what idiot holds up an entire set of logs with just a stick, either? They wanted that to be a trap. But while I'm running, I may as well explain why some of the control confusion is happening. Bear in mind, for those that don't know, the Saturn is a 6-button controller. At least 6 face buttons and 2, like, shoulder buttons. Not counting the start button, of course. So, I found a warp, I think? Or something? I don't know how I exited the stage, but I'll take it. I don't know if I found, like, a secret exit, or why that happened, but I'll take it. But yeah, it's a 6-button controller, and most modern controllers are, of course, 4-face button controllers. So I had to put 2 of the buttons on the triggers, basically. I don't know what I was even meant to be doing there. I assume I was supposed to be hitting it when it turned blue. But that did get us out of rolling logs completely, so you know what? We'll just go right on to drum solo and never think about the logs again. I was allowed to ascend for reasons, and I'm going to accept my ascension. I don't entirely understand what I'm doing, but I'm just gonna keep doing it. I think I'm supposed to be, like, matching the speed that the dots are coming out at, or something like that, but I'm just mashing and it's working, so I'm just gonna take it and run with it. Well, when I say it's working, I mean it's mostly working. Damn it. Yep, we're dead. Let me take a quick second to see how that stage is actually supposed to be going. Oh. So, it's good that I looked up a guide right quick, because there's a couple things I didn't know about this game, and I don't think I ever would have figured out on my own. So, basically, when I'm using the beam, if I mash the A button, it actually extends the range. And the reason why sometimes those Frankensteins were stunning and sometimes they weren't is you have to be outside their reach completely for them to be stunned. And zapping is what was making the bats attack us. And basically, I just need to... I was right in how the drum beat worked. I gotta watch the dots, and if it's blinking blue, that means I'm doing it right. If it's not blinking blue, I'm doing it wrong, and I'm in trouble. So I'm gonna switch hands, so my right hand's on the D-pad for this. Because I was using my left before. I misread which one it was going to. I thought it was going to the left. Now it's going left. Basically, I'm spending most of my time watching the wires up there to see where the next set of stuff's coming from. As long as I stay on these drums ahead of them, nothing bad happens. You can tell when I screw up by when my health starts going down or when the red flashes on the drums happen. they start coming in fast. But I like this stage. This stage has actually been fun so far. Even if it is brutal on my thumbs. This is why you gotta watch up above so you can tell where they're gonna be going, so you can try to stay ahead of them. Because otherwise it's a pure reflex fight, and that's not great for me. And for anyone wondering, I'm actually using both hands now. I couldn't do it with one hand. That's probably not ideal.
Whoa! That's quite a backbeat I got going there.
Trippy. Glass shards.
The first thing somebody to realize that wants to know what the blues is the first thing they got to realize is that everybody has it. Little baby, as soon as he comes out of mama and has the blues.
Okay, everybody's got the blues. Understood.
You know, it's not a matter of not having the blues.
Whee!
It's a matter of not recognizing. You know?
Look at me go! Not sure what the point of the spinning one was, but it was kind of fun.
It's just like we think that, you know, just because somebody's got $10 million, they're happy. I can't prove this, but this is how I figure it.
Oh god. Okay, you can't stand on those platforms for too long. Okay. I don't know if I need to destroy all the red shards or
What is?
whatnot. I also don't know why... Oh, I get it. If I stay on this long enough that he starts spinning,
Times when I've just been
we get a spin jump, and we go higher.
far, I can't see where up is actually. You don't know what to do with it. You can't hold on to it inside forever, or you figure it'll bust you apart. And you can't
Missed it.
let go of it to anybody because that won't necessarily do any, fix the problem.
Okay, there is death down here. Okay.
Sometimes a man's got to cry, but he's been brung up to think, man, he's supposed to cry, he ain't a man or something, so he takes his guitar and he just goes. While he's got this thing that will make a noise, we give him company and all. He can say things that sometimes it's a little hard to get out in words. When he's real lonely, he can take that guitar. Maybe he can't make it say words, but he can make it say a whole lot of different things.
That is true. Music and art
Guitar can't
can definitely be a good way to express things that can't be expressed in words. Oh,
it can be like that sometimes.
guess I gotta blow up, huh? No. There we go. Big bones. Oh, I don't like this already. Okay, never mind. This isn't as bad as I thought. I was kind of worried that this was going to be like a boss fight or something, but no, it looks like I'm just bouncing myself along on a skull. Possibly my own skull. I might be in my own head right now. Who knows? Oh, don't really know where I'm going. I'm just kind of hoping we're supposed to be continuing to go in a direction here. Oh, well. I found a wall of red skulls to destroy, so I'm assuming I'm doing a good thing here. Though, we seem to not be accomplishing anything here. I can't help but notice that that ain't working. I guess let's try going to the other side and see if there's something over there? 'Cause I haven't looked at how this stage works yet. I'm basically gonna look up a stage after we fail it. This way I can learn it. Oh. Okay. I grabbed my rib cage and now weird zoom out happened. Okay. Interesting. I feel like I'm on a very interesting trip right now, and we're just gonna keep going and hope for the best. Okay, I can break those skulls now. But I gotta be quick. Oh, son of a bitch. There we go. That's why the extra skull was there, was to allow you a bounce point. Now we got a pelvis. Ta-da! Now on to the next layer of things. This is very weird. But I'm glad we kept going long enough to get to this, because this is fascinating. Okay, the heads are still spinning, so this is the wrong direction. If they go, we know we did it right. And we are strong enough to break them. Those we are not strong enough to break. Fun fact, nothing but the D-pad does anything on this stage, as far as I can tell. I've tried every button other than the start button. And the start button, I presume, yep, just pauses. Oh god. Oh, this is scary. I don't like this idea. Okay, got the arm. My big fear there was ending up pinballing so hard that I was gonna have no hope of catching Bones before he hit the void. Kinda like that. Thankfully, we apparently get some pretty good leeway. Now, since I'm not finding a wall of skulls, just some skulls, I'm assuming I'm going the right way. Okay, you can die. That's what I wanted to know. And you lose a letter each time you drop him. Okay. I wanted to see what the edge of my range was. And it looks like it knocked us back a stage, too. I had to go get the arm again. I'm just gonna warn people now, stubbornness might cause this to be the only game we play today. Just gonna say that right now. Unless we end up with a very bad stage at some point, this is probably gonna be just, I play Mr. Bones all stream. Well, there went the arm again. Oh, hey, we only lost a part of a letter. What? How does this even work? I don't understand. I am confused. There we go. Now we got an arm again. Like, it's pretty tricky getting past some of these. It's like, if you do it just right, you jump over them. You do it just wrong, they send you really high up, so it's hard to get back before they respawn. Eek. I've heard of having a lot on your mind, but this is ridiculous. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Starting to learn how to bones here. So this seems like it's gonna be problematic. Or not? Okay. I feel like I didn't deserve to win that, but you know what? I'll take it. Okay. Okay, this one's not seeming as bad. There it is. I knew there was gonna be a catch somewhere. And no sooner did I bring it up, did I get slapped for it. Come on. Under it? No. Fine, it's out of the way anyway, that's all that matters. Cleared that one. I gotta keep a low juggle. Lower than that. Like, you gotta make a really risky low hop to get underneath these. Got it. That got a lot dicier than the first time. This is janky, but I like this. This is actually interesting. You don't see this kind of nonsense very often. And it's another case of what I was talking about before with keeping the gameplay fresh by changing what you're doing reasonably often. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus! I think I need to go under that other one, rather than trying to hop over it like I've been trying to do. And then I screw that up because apparently I just lost it for a second there. So now we gotta go get the other arm again. Actually, no. We gotta go get both arms again. I think we lost both arms. Yep, there's the other arm. There we go. That one's at least easy to get at this point. And I don't know why I've got the hiccups now, except it's the worst time for me to have them, so of course that's why. Okay, clear it, clear it. Come on, yes, yes. Ah! It's a little touchy is the only problem with it right now. Apparently I can make him do the glowy thing, so maybe there's something I can do. Either that or I can just mash this to make myself feel better. I don't know. Oop. Oh no. Whew. Good recovery. Good recovery. Okay. Let me see if there's a trick to this. Okay, I can do a higher bounce. Okay. This is why I checked. I was missing a higher bounce mechanic. So admittedly, I feel like these higher bounces are going to be dangerous, but nothing ventured, nothing gained and all that. Got it. Just build up a bit of momentum, bouncing back and forth, and just yeet bone. I don't know why he didn't bounce higher there, but I'll accept the fact that I at least recovered. And that's the scary part about the high bounces, is sometimes it's gonna end in a situation like that. But that explains why we couldn't get past that guy at all. Oh, wow. That still seems like it's going to be a very precise bounce if I try to go over it, though. I still think going under it might be the play, rather than continuing to try to go over it. Oh, this is bad. This is the opposite of where I want to be. Got it. I'll give them this. This stage is very lenient compared to the rest of them. Because each failure could have taken a whole letter off, and I would have actually understood on that one. But I guess since they also have the fact that it knocks you back a stage added into this, that's why they don't do the full letter off. Because otherwise, it would take forever to get through this stage. Problem with going for those low shots is it's very hard to get back under Mr. Bones after you do a low shot. Especially if he hits anything. Oh, we do seem to get some of our health back when we pick up a part. So at least you can kind of just keep looping. I didn't even notice that till just now, because I've been too focused on where I'm at. Oh, I didn't realize we made that. That's the other problem, is sometimes you can miss the fact that you make that jump. So if you go for it and miss, you fall. If you hesitate, you fall. It's just a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Because I held back figuring, oh yeah, I'm not gonna make it because I haven't made it any other time. Why would this one be different? Especially since I went for a lower shot. Okay. Managed to recover him. Everything's fine. Bones is still in play. Damn it! Now we actually died, I think. Yep. Wow. Ironically enough, I think learning that we could do high bounces was the beginning of the end. I think that actually hurt more than it helped. I can't say I'm surprised, but I can definitely say that that seems like an accurate trend. Maybe I should try seeing if there's a different path I could take. Oh, how did I end up on the wrong side of this? Come on now. There we go. I almost wish there was a button for a lower bounce, like just keep it like right above the skull, but I guess that would make this too easy. But then again, the guide only mentioned a high bounce button, and it doesn't mean there isn't a low bounce button, it might just be that they didn't find it. Okay, I do need to go to the left again. The fact that every skull that we break sounds like it's yawning really does not help me staying attentive and alert for this, I gotta say. It's really not a favorable thing. At least we're back to getting arms again. That was a bold move, but I wanted to see if it would work. Because I will say, I have decent control at this point. I have a decent understanding of how to bounce him in the ways I want to. Just sometimes the bounce off the enemy's skulls is what confuses me a little now. This doesn't always hit them where I think I would. Got it. Okay, so we're back to where we were failing. Getting back doesn't take that long, at least. We've just got 2 legs to get. But getting past this stage has proven to be a bit of a thing. Okay, I think I'm actually past the problematic. No, that was the problematic one. I forgot, the one that was giving me issues was an unbreakable one. So that's why I was confused for a second, like, wait, that's the same positioning. And lo and behold, I was so thrown off that I got screwed. Which is a pity, because I think we would have actually made it through if I hadn't screwed that up at that point. And by getting confused, because it did get thrown to the right, we might have been able to pick him back up and get through. There it is. That's all I had to do was go low. God damn it. Oh well, at least we got through it, and now we just need to get the last leg. We've almost fully reassembled bones. That was a weird bit of hit detection. Did anybody else notice that I was like a mile to the left of that when I hit it? I hope I'm going the right way. It's very empty out this way, I gotta say. Nope, wrong way. I disagree with that not making contact. Come on. Oh, gotta go get the leg again. To live very dangerously. God damn it, game! Why? We were in such a good position and then everything just is falling apart again. God damn it. Like, you gotta take such dicey bounces to get past some of these parts, and it just is constantly scaring the hell out of me. Because remember, horror games don't bother me. This is ridiculous. Well, this isn't what the rest of the game is. This is just this one stage, as far as I'm aware. Is bouncing off of my own skull to try to reassemble my parts. Damn it! And it is so rude. But how you doing? Welcome to this hell I've put myself in. Yeah, pretty much. Though, honestly, some of the earlier stages were worse, so... You're honestly here at a better time than some of the other parts. Is the issue we're having right now is every time I fail one of these sections, it sends us back one section and takes some of our life, which is the letters up there. God damn it, game! Well, we're in trouble. I've only got one piece of one letter left. Got it. Okay, that'll get us a little bit of health back, and it puts us back on the stage we just failed. But we've got a ways to go, because we gotta get an arm and 2 legs still. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I really hate how some of those bounces just you lose. If you hit the bounce just wrong, you are just SOL. This is how far through this nightmare we've gotten so far. All of these in the blue text we've done up to Big Bones, which is where we're at right now. What do you mean by that? There's a lot of things I don't know how I do either, and I'm curious which one you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Well, remember, as I've said before, I grew up with some trash games. So I think I just built up an endurance long ago, and it's just kind of here. It's like, I had this game growing up too, I just never got this far with it, or at least I didn't see these parts. So, I knew what I was getting myself into. I think I'm going the wrong way for the pelvis. Fair, yeah. That's also a thing. And I'll be honest, if I wasn't doing this here, I probably would have put this game down already. But it kind of ends up in this weird, I kind of have something to prove state sometimes as well. It's like, I clearly can do this. I know what I'm doing. I can make this work. And then head to wall happens. Though there's been plenty of times where I'll stubborn through a bad game even on my own time just because I get hard-headed about it and I'm like, no, I can do this. I can make it through this. Because that's more the thing than not getting frustrated, is I'm just too damn hard-headed for my own good. Let me know what that patch actually did. Because that'll determine whether I keep playing that much or not. No, I'm missing the pelvis. I need to go back that way to go get the pelvis. No. It's a hell of a thing that this is the stage that's screwing me up, not the super fast drum rhythm section, not the guitar section, not the death logs. No, bouncing my body off my own skull is what kills me. God damn it. And not the forest full of cheating bats and Frankensteins either. And no, none of those is a exaggeration of anything we've been through so far today. That's all accurate. We've gotten through 2 endless running sections, like 5 platforming sections, and 2 rhythm game sections, more or less. I hesitate to call them rhythm game sections since there was no rhythm to follow. Well, the second one kinda did, but it was more spam and pray rhythm than an actual rhythm. Clip the edge of the damn thing again. Come on, come on. Ah! It got bouncing just fast enough that I had no control over it anymore. Problem is I can't bounce any lower than that. Got it. I also don't know why it doesn't matter that I can't catch him after we get the part. That bit's a little weird. Oh god, where am I going? That was a spicy jump. I should not have done that. But it was funny. Got it. That's what I needed to do, was stay, like, on the very edge. Okay. There were no major reasons, but, like, if they had changed things in any real way, I would have been more interested. This just means it doesn't get moved back up the list at all. This is kind of reaching the interest is waning because nothing is changing spot a little bit now for me. See, that's the interesting thing, because on the normal difficulty, at the point I was telling you about, it felt like there was a massive difficulty spike, and then it was back to normal again, like a mission after that. It was weird. Like, my first encounter with the veteran soldiers was awful, and then everything after that first encounter with them, just business as usual again. It's just the sheer shock value of how much more damage they dealt. Threw off all of my normal planning. But with you playing on a higher difficulty, they probably already felt like they do scary damage, so you've already been planning for that. So it didn't spike as badly, yeah, I would assume. I don't know exactly when, because I don't remember which number week it was. but it was past week 8, I know that. No, you'd know the difference, because the damage spike on them is fucking huge. Like, when I say they were doing twice as much damage, that is not an exaggeration. They were going around two-shotting people.
Oh boy, I wish I had my guitar.
Granted. I didn't do any of the big missions yet. I was doing a lot of side missions. And I just happened to hit a point where veterans started showing up. Yeah, at that point you had to have.
You can't even breathe on the moon. What can you do in this world? You can't even love in this world.
Well, the thing is, I spend a lot of time playing that kind of game, but I disagree with a game going from enemies doing one set of damage and then a very small model swap makes them do double damage. That's the issue I have with it. That's not good design.
In this world.
Because you actively have to scan them to know that there's even a difference between them and the regular version of them.
I don't know your story, ma'am. I don't even know my own. But I gotta get out of here and stop that man from doing what he's doing. Can you help me?
Because like I said, after the first encounter with them, I handled them fine. Just, that was a nasty surprise. And I feel like that takes away from a game like that, when you've just got a left field slap to the face. Like, even when the first, like, fire mummies and such started showing up, that was more dangerous, but that was fair. I could handle those. Sudden double damage is just not okay. Okay, what's the bit here? Ah, I see. I'm supposed to jump over those. I don't have movement control, I just have jump, it seems. I'm not a fan of the timer either, but I can accept that, because otherwise you just sit there skipping weeks and doing whatever you please to get everything your heart desires, which would make the game entirely too easy. Which, don't get me wrong, I would prefer that, but I understand from a balance standpoint that that has to exist. And at least there's no in-mission timer. Oh yeah. And as I was saying when we talked about it in our Discord messages, I'm pretty sure that it's intended that you're not able to keep them all under. Because by design, since some of those notches very clearly are meant to make the game harder, you're supposed to be under pressure from one of the scions. Like, I think that's just how it's meant to go, is one of them slips, and you keep the other two in check. Yeah, it ends up in a position where you have to just not think about it too much, and that's the only way you can get through that. Okay, I do have some movement control, just not a lot. I wanted that pelvis, but the movement in this stage is so weird. It's not even a matter of the spinning is getting to me, just the acceleration on how I move Bones during this segment is what's messing with me, because it doesn't feel right. Well, yeah. But I can work around weird game. I can't necessarily win this fight against weird controls as much as I would like to. It's constantly fighting me to try to continue rotating. So when I try to reverse the rotation, it has a real fit sometimes. But sometimes I need to reverse the rotation to go where I need to. It's weird. What does the guide say about this stage? Okay, that's... yeah, that's what I figured. Dodge shards by jumping, collect all your parts. That's the entire guide for that section. There is no tricks to it. It just is what it is. I'm gonna try to leave the skull in the middle for a bit this time. Since it's a full heal. Except you can't avoid jumping for long, apparently. And the perspective on the parts is also a very serious issue. So I sometimes can't tell where they actually are. And then this happens, where I just immediately run into a shard and lose it the second I get it. Because I can't tell where things are in space. Because this is some fucky perspective that's going on here. Ah, god damn it. Like, I'm assuming this is a stage that's gonna keep going until I get all my parts back. Which, since I keep losing parts so quickly, basically means we're gonna be here for a very long time until I come to grips with how this works. I just couldn't keep fighting the rotation anymore. No matter how much I pressed to the left, he just kept going anyway. And that's why that's a problem. If I could just keep control of the rotation, this stage would be easy. But that's exactly why I can't, probably. Because otherwise, then this stage would become just a load screen, basically. I also don't know why they send arms first. I literally can't do anything with those. That's a leg game. God damn you. I couldn't tell whether that was an arm or a leg, so I went for it, and now I regret. That's an arm. Nope. Once again, lost the fight against the rotation because I didn't want to risk jumping because I might have landed back down at a bad time. Oh my god. This is actually significantly worse than what we were just dealing with, because the other one I could at least control. This one, the controls are the entire problem. And for anyone wondering why I'm using level select the entire time, if I press game start, we start at the beginning of the game. Level select is available to you by default, so I'm counting it, because I'm not going to sit here and play through the entire game every time we die once. No, thank you. That is unacceptable. Not with a game like this. There's no way in hell. Like, you almost have to memorize the pathing through this. Problem is, there's also some float to this when I'm going back and forth. So even if I fight it and win, it just overshoots and goes the other way instead. Also doesn't help that sometimes I can't tell where I'm gonna land it all off of a jump to begin with. Nope, the heel ran away. Hey, I got a leg. Yay, we got more than one part back. We got both our legs. Come on, ribcage. Yeah. Come on, come on. Got the arm, lost the arm, but that's okay. And bullshit. Yay. We were so close. But perspective killed me. Because it looked like I had enough time to grab that and jump. Turns out it either like skipped a step there or it was a lot closer than it looked. Still, this tells me I might actually be better off just waiting till later on in the stage, rather than trying to grab all the early limbs. It seemed to start getting really generous once we got that second phase. God damn it. Ugh, this acceleration is so fucky. There it is again. For those who don't understand why I'm complaining about acceleration, there's not only a weird acceleration as you keep going, though that would be somewhat expected. There's also a very weird initial acceleration when you change direction. Almost like it's trying to compensate for you changing direction. But it's doing it very roughly. Nope, that was a leg, you moron. God damn it. And of course, the fact that I can't tell legs from arms because of the constant spinning and the fact that it's all very kind of janky pixels really makes it a problem as well. Why is it so sensitive? It's literally the entire problem, is the fact that it's so touchy. Nope, we're dead again. I should have just threw that one at that point, honestly. It's like, I feel like jumping is a bad idea. But it seems like it's designed to force you to jump. My problem with the idea of jumping in this is, not only is it a very weird perspective, so it's very hard to tell where you land, like I was talking about before, but I also have very high odds of missing a part if I jump. Because I might just land, like, right behind it. And that's what's constantly making me fight myself about jumping. That's a foot. On the bright side, the legs are in and arms are in pairs, so I always know after the first one what I'm looking at. I couldn't get between those. Just does not have good enough controls. And like, sure, I get it. I'm fighting a vortex the entire time, so it makes sense that I'm constantly struggling with it. That doesn't mean I like it. Something making sense does not make it good game design. Come on, come on. Give me that. Yeah! There we go. Stage done. Took like twice as many tries just because of shoddy design, but we got through it. It's also worth noting at some point we're gonna have to switch to disc 2, because this was a 2-disc game. And I would assume the second half of these is where that change is gonna happen. So it might actually be, yep, right here. How did I know? How did I goddamn know? I'll give you a hint, it's because I was paying attention. So give me one quick second to swap discs. And pray that it works. Looks like it's working. It's a little concerning that it went through all of this. I will say, if it tries to start me back over at the beginning, we are going to leave this game behind. Yep, we're going to leave this game behind. Because in emulation, I don't actually know how to switch the discs properly. But we beat all of disc 1 in one sitting, so hooray. It's either that or I go find myself a code, because I think there is a code to get full stage select access. Let me take a quick look to see if there is a convenient code. Because if there is, I'll actually go ahead and use it, and then we can keep going. Okay, there we go. So it's RLRRLRLLRR. Which starting screen is that? I don't know if it's at this start screen or at the press start screen. So I'm going to go ahead and reboot this right quick. And see if it's at the main screen. Because it could be either. I also don't know how rapid they mean when they say rapidly. But if I do this and it works, we will be playing it in order and I will not be skipping stages. Okay, no, it does just take me to that screen, so there is no other screen. Ah, I did one too many. Ah, it's so easy to end up double pressing. Why did it have to be just a mash of the same two buttons? Like, that just seems like such overkill. Is it's R once, L once, R twice, L once, R once, L twice, R once, L once, R twice again. Why? Why is that your level select code? Then again, I don't even know if this is a working level select code, considering this is on GameFAQs. Let me make sure. No, it's confirmed that that is the code. Because I'm seeing it in 5 different places, so that's safe to say that that is the correct code. And this one confirms that it's main menu. There we go. So we'll be starting from Underwater Ride, because that's where after, or that cutscene we pick up, so we're good. I did it, I fixed it. Now, will I regret having fixed this? Probably. But curiosity dictated I had to try this. Is part of what's keeping me going with this game is the fact that we keep ending up with such wildly different stages each time we get further along. so it helps keep me interested. Though I do really hope I don't have to put in the code every time in order to be able to continue. I mean, no one ever said you had to do the map you don't like. Yes, there's challenges tied to it, but that doesn't mean you have to do it. You could always just ignore those challenges. Now there went my arm. I wonder how long this stage is. Well, yeah, and I knew you weren't going to listen. But just like you would tell me to stop and stop beating my head against this wall, I have to tell you too, otherwise we aren't doing our part. You know how that works. There we go. Now I got my limbs back and some health. Though perspective fuckery is still happening. Oh god. Come on. It's really bad when the camera's moving is when I'm getting hit against the walls. The camera moving shouldn't be moving me. Now do I have to do the code again? No. Okay, I have access to every stage permanently. Okay. The only other stage I remember seeing is this one, I think. The Little People Village. I don't remember seeing any other stages at any point. I don't know why this starts by giving me health. Save that for when I actually need it, game. Don't just give it to me right out the gate and expect that to be helpful. Because even if I had taken damage on a previous stage, you start every stage with full health. So I don't understand why that's even there. They've done that with all of these stages, and I don't understand. Damn it. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, okay, everything's fine. Ow. Everything's still fine. Just a little battered. It's okay. It's still good. It's still good. I feel like I'm swimming through an FMV game, and I don't know how to feel about that. Ow. Like, at any minute, I feel like arrows should be popping up on the side of the screen telling me where to go. And then I just press one button and we go there instead of the constant wrestling I'm doing to swim right now. Which I will say, for the Saturn, this tunnel actually looks really good. I'll give them that. And as upsetting as it is, the swimming does make sense. It just also sucks. Because I don't know if y'all noticed, but when my arms were gone, we really were having a hard time having any control. That's because, you know, without arms, swimming's kind of tricky. I can only imagine what would happen if we lost our legs, too. But this camera bashing me against the walls is the only genuinely annoying part about this. Is when it changes perspective, the walls are basically changing where they are, even though they shouldn't be. And that's just leading to so many cheap shots. Okay, I got my arms back, but not for long at the rate I'm going. Oh, that's a tight fit. Nope. 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 Please heal me. Thank you. I'll give them that as well. The fact that they are being reasonably generous with the healing. You just need to get far enough to get to it. Note the fact that we had to be intact to get out of this stage. If I was missing any parts, that gate wouldn't have worked. And that's what I was expecting, which is why I was being so careful about making sure to have all my parts.
Of course he's dead. Look at him. Maybe we should tie him up to be on the safe side. Bob? Tie him up? What for?
God damn it.
Oh, now what? Do I look like a shoe? Get these laces off me.
Oh no. Dagulian's walking bones will get no help from us. Dagulian is stealing my people. He's using them as slaves in his castle.
Little bitty slaves? Oh, that's too cruel. But I don't walk for Dagulian.
He uses arachnids.
You mean like that one?
See?
Kidnapped by spiders? Oh, the weirdness never stops. I can help you. Look at me, sir. Look at my eyes.
You can stop the spiders from stealing my people?
Sure as my name is Mr. Bones. Now, get me out of this.
What?
Time to fight some spiders. We got an advantage in that we can at least, you know, just squash the spiders. We're big. But I feel like that's not how this is going to play out, is it? Oh, I see. I genuinely have to walk around and protect the little people. Where is it? Got it. Hey, you put him down. They're taking me away! This seems like it's impossible to save all of them. Grab the bonus thing. I'm a coming. Wait. Hit. No. Oh, I don't have to zap them to save them. I can just break this thread. Well, son of a bitch. Well, that would have saved a lot of lives. Hey, you put him down. He probably died on impact, but you know what? I did my part. No! Dang it. You can tell they had fun with the voices for these. Hey! Oh, come on now. Problem is, they're taking credit away from me every time one of them does get taken, and I'm also losing health when one gets taken. Wow, this is rough. God damn. Oh, come on. Whenever it doesn't end up counting is also a real problem. Ah. Like, obviously, ideally, I want to catch them on the ground so I can just run through them. Okay, now we're starting to make progress again. It's just when there's some of these particularly bad spawn rounds, it's a real problem. Especially since sometimes I just end up chasing one that's just impossible. It's too late by the time I go for it. Nope, that one's dead. This one I can save, though. Good lord. At least they gave me an indicator, though. I'll give them that. If there wasn't an indicator, this would be impossible. Like, we are making progress. But, like, look at this. There's a arrow in both directions. You're basically just SOL on one of the two in a situation like that. We just have to save 7 more and have it count. 6 more. Basically, I need to just get that many without losing any. Got it. Come on. Ah. Nope, that one's gone too. Well, that was a gimme. So brutal. There's gotta be a trick to this, right? So apparently the trick is patience, because now we're just winning again. Just gotta get that last one. Up. Hop, hop. Wait, I've got a full meter of little guys now. Oh, it was waiting for me to have all of them on the ground, I think. Ah, are you kidding me, game? Got it. Okay, that wasn't that bad. That actually wasn't that bad.
Thank you, Mr. Bones.
Don't mention it. Now, I gotta get out of here. Whoa! Careful with that leg bone, children. I'm a brittle man.
Bones, 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 bones. We're carrying a skeleton to an icy lake. Carry him so carefully, he's never gonna break. Carrying a skeleton to an icy lake, and his name is Mr. Bones.
I don't know how to feel about this song. I also don't know how to feel about being carried off in parts. Well, I guess we're here now. Oh, it's top-down this time, huh? Okay. Oh, it's weird when he jumps at the camera. Ah! Spook. And as you might imagine, there's ice physics. Of course there is. The fact that I can jump means there's either going to be pits or things I need to avoid. Eh. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Was I supposed to do that, or am I dead now? I'm dead now. Okay, very good. Lesson learned. Still, we're making good progress. That means, since we are now on disc 2, that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actual stages left. If I can just get through 7 stages, we might actually have a one and done here. Which is not exactly what I intended today to be, but you know. If it works out that way, it works out that way. I'm guessing I just need to... I don't know. Huh. Maybe I need to jump at just the right time, then? I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. Or maybe I'm just going the wrong way. Maybe there's a south path I could take or something. Because we've only checked east, west, and north now, I think. Carrying a skeleton to an icy lake. He's gonna fucking die there. Okay, good news. South is also dead end, so, yeah, we have to, I guess, make a jump or something. Because I can't shrink. I can't change form or anything, so the only buttons I have are run and pray and jump. So... And do my charge, whatever my charge does in this stage. Guide, what do you got for me? That's a much more in-depth guide. I just need the short version, thank you. Uh-huh. Jumping in the frozen ice blocks will set them in motion for you to safely ride. At the twin moving ice blocks toward the end of the level, Mr. Bones must jump back and forth between the two ice blocks to advance. Is there some... I did see something moving underneath the breakable ice over here. Oh, I need to follow this for the ice not to crack. Yeah, okay. I understand now. That was actually clear enough I could have figured that out. Because I was already on that track. Can't help but notice there isn't anything here to save me, though. At least the ice reforms. Though it did say something about you have to set ice in motion, but I don't see any ice to set into motion here. Okay, I can kind of cheese my way across this one, though. Ah, I see. Okay. That's what I think that's what they mean about the ones I have to set in motion, is I need to jump on those without falling through. Ooh, perhaps. We're getting somewhere, at least. We're figuring it out. There's a strong temptation to skip, but I'm not going to. At least not until we get, like, to the end and die. Because at that point, I think it would be safe to say, yes, we did it. But we have a lot of stage left to go as far as I can tell on this one, so I'm not gonna shortcut. And even then, I'd ideally rather not shortcut, but if it comes down to it, I am willing to make that caveat just in the interest of getting through this. You don't think I'm supposed to, like, send that ice block all the way underneath all this or something, right? That seems crazy. Let's operate under the assumption that that's not what they want. In fact, let's operate in cheese mode here for a second. Just kind of, like, sneak along the edges. I need to stop jumping. Jumping is bad. Because if I stay close enough to these, we seem to not crack through. Because there's enough support. I should have jumped. I should have fucking done it. The reflex keeps kicking in, though. Every time one of those starts to move in a weird way, my reflexes immediately go, jump, you fool. Because, you know, when a platform's falling, your first reflex is to jump. But I need to remember that's not gonna help here. That doesn't do good things in this situation. All it does is kill me. Skirt. Oi. Oi. Oh, I'm living dangerously now. I gotta stop that. What? How did that one... What? I disagree with that breaking. I feel like that platform was close enough that that should have been fine. And I'm pretty sure we stood in that exact spot before and we're fine. I guess maybe I stood still there and I shouldn't have? I don't know. All I know is I'm not a fan. Not a fan of this ice. Which is not a surprise. Ice physics in games tend to not be something I'm happy with. Because they very rarely are implemented in a way that the player will enjoy. I think it's safe to say that ice physics are very frequently implemented just for the sadistic amusement of certain developers, rather than as a gameplay mechanic for people to be happy. I shouldn't have stopped. I shouldn't have stopped. Shit. The thing is, this is a stage design that preys upon hesitation, and in order to recenter myself, I frequently hesitate and pull back to try to make sure I'm still on track rather than just hurling myself in the direction and praying it works out. Because, as we know, in a lot of cases, that's not how I operate. I would rather think my moves through. But I can't because I don't have enough camera range to see where I'm going to end up, so I can't plan ahead. There's a lot of just do and hope with this stage. And I don't even know what the fuck I was thinking that time. Though I suppose that is a very clear example of what happens when I just don't think, just do. There needs to be a middle ground. I don't even know how long this stage is either. Aside from the easy answer of too long. But like multiple other stages in this game, all they would have had to do was zoom this camera out a bit more, and I think this would be entirely reasonable. Because that's, I think, other than the slight clunk, which I can get around if I could see further, that's the entire problem with this game, is you just can't see what you're getting into, ever, so you're blindsided constantly. That said, I understand why it is the way that it is. Is the Saturn probably would not handle that well with too much of a wide angle on it. Especially with the kind of animations they chose to use and how much is constantly going on. That said, you know, might have been better if they cut some of the fluff in favor of expanding the camera view for people. Just saying. Just, you know, just a thought. But that falls under what I was talking about before, if this game was remade with a more modern system. You absolutely could then make Mr. Bones himself like half the size he is right now, for example, and have us have twice the camera view, because we would be zoomed out that far. And then we'd actually be able to see what we're getting into before basically running into it. And it would probably be a benefit for some of the art in this game as well, to be smaller. And I say that not as an insult, but just as a matter of this is how it looks. That's just an is what it is case. Just like how most of what I work on looks better when it's smaller. I disagree with that one falling through. Come on. I think I genuinely have to be at a high enough speed when I get there to have a prayer of getting past that. Because if you stay on it just a split second too long, you sink right through it. One of these times I'm going to end up clicking the wrong stage and getting upset again. I can feel it. One could almost say I feel it in my bones, and now I'm going to throw myself in the icy lake. Ache for that one. I don't even know what the hell the guide's talking about with the make sure to use the health pickups to heal. We have yet to take damage in a way that we've survived. So I don't know what they're on about. With there being any world in which you can take damage and not just be dead. Of course, this is when I find out, like, the EU version was easier or something. Why did that break this time? I don't understand. The game's not giving me something to work with in terms of this is how the game works, now you can understand it. The consistency just isn't there. Let me take a look at the longer guide that I found. See if it has something useful to add to this. Okay, that's a great statement. It makes for a nice challenge, but the stage is too frustrating to be any fun. If even the guides are saying that, I have concerns. Blisters to the left, yep. Oh. I think I understand something now, and I don't like it. I'm gonna have to test that. You'll understand what I mean when I try it, and it will either work or won't. I'm not a fan of this idea if it's the way I think it is. Though most of you have probably guessed what I have to do by now, based on that response. I'll explain once we get to the next set of ice spots. Because remember how I said I really shouldn't be jumping? Well, apparently I might actually be meant to be jumping. Yep, that's exactly what I'm meant to be doing. I need to just be very, very quickly jumping. And just making sure not to miss. Now, it's not a matter of jumping everywhere. I did that there just to demonstrate it quickly. And in a relatively safe environment. Though I did not recover quickly enough to make the safe environment worth anything. That was the idea. Was that I was supposed to be able to recover after I screwed that one up. But instead, I doubled down, and it didn't work out. Which is not a surprise, all things considered. Oh, and for anyone wondering, being back on my vitamins is, of course, as one would expect, helping. Foregoing those was a questionable decision on my part, though it, at the time, made sense. Wow, that healing was so good. Eek. Oh boy. There we go. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to jump spam your way to victory. This one appears to be stuck. Do I, like, jump and send it to the left? Let's take a look around. Oh god, I went a little too far. It's a real pity there's no healing around here. Yep, I got greedy. I was gonna try to jump right before that went under in order to kind of skip ahead a little, and I shot myself in the foot. To what is most likely no one's surprise. Still, we made progress finally. We understand what we're supposed to be doing. Getting through it is gonna be a whole other animal, though. So I'm kind of annoyed about how this is playing out with what the next stage's name is. Which, the only way we wouldn't know what the next stage's name is if we had managed to get through it in one clean run. Which just seems like a fool's errand, as we discussed before. I wonder if you're even supposed to be using these edges of safety, or if there's something else I was supposed to have been doing to get across these sections. But Lord knows I'm gonna make use of safety edge as much as I can. Nice and clean. Okay. So we know we can't go up and left. From the look of the ice there, that's just gonna break immediately. Much like the ice over here will. There is healing there. So maybe it won't break? That seems like a lie. We don't need the health anyway. I'm just gonna ignore the obvious trap. Oh god. Seems as long as I stay on top of a platform, I'm okay. So I don't know what they were on about with jumping back and forth between a pair of them. As of yet. It seems safe enough just to slide on some of them. But maybe it's a later thing that it's an actual issue with. So if you can slow him down enough, you'll notice we can stay with a platform just fine. Oh, I overshot, though. I thought we were going to another part. I really wish they were a little clearer about where some of the safe spots in the ice are. Because that started to look like it was solid ice there, but it was a lie. We were doing so well. We actually got to a third section. And then sploosh. Sad sploosh noises. Yeah, for context, for anyone wondering, when I looked up how many games there are that specifically feature skeletons as, at the very minimum, the main characters, or at least very prominent characters, there was like 6. Like 6 or 7 games. This, the PS2 Ghost Rider game, obviously Undertale was one of the ones in that list, even though I wouldn't count that because they only show up really in a section for the most part, but that's neither here nor there. A couple games I didn't recognize, and I don't remember them off the top of my head. Grim Fandango, of course, was also on that list. Skull the Hero Slayer. Medieval. There's like 2 I couldn't remember, and then the rest I just listed there. It's entirely possible that there are other ones that weren't on any lists anywhere, but I'm not gonna sift through every game ever made just to look for games that have skeletons as prominent character. Oh yeah, the Skeleton Warriors game was also listed, but I don't count that one, I don't think. So I don't know if you actually get to play as the only person that got turned into a skeleton in that series, in that game or not. So I was uncertain how to count that one. The only other game guaranteed to be on the docket for today was Medieval. And at least I know that that's a good game. Like, I would have considered Skull the Hero Slayer, but I've already done it on the channel before. And I just never was super into it. Despite it being the exact kind of game I usually would play, something about it just never quite hit. I say, despite playing something like this right now. Oh, that's still broke. Son of a... I thought being next to that rock was going to mean I had enough stability to land there for a second. Nope. This stage is nasty business. I see why the guide makers both said that this is basically the worst stage in the game. Because despite how bad all of the other stages have treated us now and then, the rest of them have at least had a way around the worst problems it has. This one, you're kind of just stuck with the whole dying in the ice thing. You really don't have a great workaround for it. Because, like, the Vortex, I at least could, like, fight the current to give myself a bit of an advantage. The Undersea area had lots of healing, so that was okay. The Little People Village was fine. It was just a matter of keep running back and forth until you eventually win. The bad areas were a little rough, but eventually we figured it out, despite not knowing how to do the extended beam. Which apparently isn't going to come back up anytime soon, at the rate these stages are going. So I can't even demonstrate what I was talking about with being able to extend your beam range. We also didn't even make use of Tall Man mode at all. Nor have we had a reason to, really. Though, fun fact, supposedly, according to the guides, the only way to get that bonus pickup we grabbed in the Little People stage, you had to be in Tall Man mode for it. And I'm like, no, you can just jump. I don't know what the hell you're on about. So, you know, as usual, take GameFAQs guides with a grain of salt is the intention behind these statements. Because they're not always 100% accurate. They're accurate within the person writing them's knowledge of the game. Which sometimes can be slightly faulty. And that's nothing against the people writing the guides, that's just a simple matter of we don't know everything. But some people write a guide with authority thinking they know everything. I guess I have to make a jump there, and I have to do it with momentum. Because that's a pretty far jump to be making with this perspective we've got going on right now. And the follow-up jump wasn't going to be much better. Before I take us in again, I'm going to go ahead and step away for a quick moment. So I'm going to run in the usual ad and everything. I should be back before it's over, or at least close to. Be right back. Okay, the ad should be done by now. I'm just gonna quickly refresh my dashboard to make sure since it's being buggy again. Looks like it might be done. It's just sitting there on cooldown, so hopefully it is already done doing what it's doing. Let's get back to business. There was something I was going to talk about when I came back, and I've already forgotten it. Something I want to test. You don't really have a lot of room for testing your jump physics here, though. Okay, it doesn't look like you gain a significant range increase when you're jumping if you ran before you jumped in this stage. I don't think a running jump is going to help us. So I think it's just a matter of just maintaining timing, rather than worrying about maintaining momentum or anything. We've got that going for us. As debatable benefit as that is. Come on, come on. Let's go. Oh wow, we made it through that part without needing to jump. So I guess speed while you're on the ground does help. But it doesn't help your jumping. Okay. So that's useful information to have. 'Cause that proves it is possible to outpace the breaking of the ice. But you have to have some movement ahead of time, which makes sense. Momentum on sliding just makes sense to be beneficial. Go. We're in a relatively safe spot. This is why I say relatively safe. You may be thinking the platform underneath me is affecting me. It isn't. I'm just having that much of a twitchy slide going on. Gotta go, gotta go. Gotta go right now. Shit. I'm not sure where to jump to from there, because both angles look too far. I think I might just need to manage to avoid needing to jump at the start there because of the fact that I fell into a hole. I think if we just avoid a hole in the ice, we might actually be okay. We might be able to just skate our way through there. Despite what the guides are saying. I know, again, the guide is telling me one thing and I'm ignoring it. I'm just hoping I'm right to be ignoring the guide. Is basically what that boils down to. I also don't know why they give you so much healing at the start of the stage again. Why do they keep doing that? They give you so much healing that is completely useless. It's like the only way you'd have any use for that is if you turn around and come back for it. And I don't know why you would. Of course, I don't know why I think some of the things I do would work either. I don't know where my head was at on that move. Aside from I think impatience just took hold and I'm just like, you know what? I'm going straight across. I don't care. Dead. There's a part of me that's curious to see what would happen if I hit start game with disc 2 in, but I feel like it would just say insert disc 1. I doubt it would start from underwater a ride. And I don't want to mess up the fact that we have all of the stages available. But I will say this stage isn't as bad as it initially appears. I'll give them that much. They did think this through pretty well, aside from when that happens. Occasionally, the detection on the ice isn't so good. Occasionally, that breaks down, and that's a problem. I know exactly what I did, and I'm annoyed. Because I fell into that hole, I got thrown off as to where along the path we were. So I thought we were on that third section already, where you have to run up and left across all those ice sections. No, we were still in the second one. Brain just went stupid and just off I went. Sometimes brain just has stupid moments. No matter how smart a person is, they can always be stupid. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on who you ask, stupidity is a human nature staple. And I say depending on who you ask, because there are definitely people that benefit from human stupidity, as we all know. But I think we can all agree that to be stupid is also to be human, unfortunately. These times where I just get hung up on the edges of walls really is a problem. that definitely started from a brain fart and became a bigger problem. But I also could not slide along that wall like I started to try to do either. He just kind of bounced slightly off of it and just sat there sad. I gotta say, unless we get through a couple of the stages after this very quickly, we're probably not finishing this. And you may be wondering why I didn't say we're not finishing this today. If we don't finish it today, I ain't finishing it. Because I'm not gonna be able to convince myself to come back to this. I know that already. Once the momentum on this is lost, this game is done. I can guarantee you that one already. About the only way this would see a return after today would probably be like a sub goal or something. If people really like watching me suffer that badly, they could pay for it. I hate. He took that corner so wide for some reason, even though I hammered back the other way before we got very far. It just did not respond appropriately to my request. Okay, now we're here again. I can safely get to this block. And this block. Ride this all the way up here. I panicked. You might be wondering, well, why did you stop in midair like that? I hit an invisible wall above that rock. In theory, I should have been able to jump over that low section of the rock, but no, it's a square hitbox on that. If I hadn't panicked, I think we would have been okay there, but as soon as the ice started breaking, I went in full flight mode and it just did not work out. Which is not the first time and it won't be the last time. It's like, obviously I wasn't audibly panicking, but you could see in how I was moving that thought went out the window, full speed ahead happened. Okay. I thought I saw a notification, so I was checking on something. But apparently I'm just losing my mind slightly. Either that or things are breaking. One or the other. Probably both. My mind could be breaking along with my technology. I am playing Mr. Bones after all. I feel like questions about sanity have either already happened or they've long since gone out the window. Oh, about 7 stages ago. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Please. Bones, please. Okay. Maybe if we approach it from this side. Does this help me at all? From coming back? Yeah, that actually does somewhat help. Starting on this platform saves me some of the panic moves I have to make. And there's the problem, is having to stop on that platform means I have no momentum to get to the other platform with. I may have to try something stupid. I don't like this plan. Because I think we can all guess what this plan is, based on me saying it's a stupid plan, and I don't like it. but I think we might have to find the very edge of what I can get away with in terms of the ice and try to manipulate that rather than jumping. It's either that or I have to figure out exactly how best to jump across that. And I don't know which one would take longer, if I'm honest. Oh, here's a weird thought to distract my brain with. Would ice slide on ice better than flesh? I mean, would bone slide on ice better than flesh, rather? It just said, would ice slide on ice? Brain, where the fuck are you right now, Brain? Hiding. Understandable. It's like, you'll notice we slid right through all of that just fine. But I would have to assume that bone would be able to dig into ice a little bit better than flesh would. And he wouldn't have cold concerns to worry about too much, I don't think. So you would think Mr. Bones here would be able to, like, get some footing. But I guess he's already having enough trouble keeping his footing to begin with, being made out of nothing but bone, and having no grip to speak of, depending on how the bones at the bottom of his feet are. So I suppose that's just an issue from the word go, isn't it? You can definitely tell when I'm starting to get worried when you see him just start spinning wildly as I'm doing thousands of micro adjustments to stay on the platform. Wasn't this the one I said I was going to test my limits on? I think it is, isn't it? Okay, that kind of works. I just needed to save that for a little bit closer, and I think that'll work. Because you'll notice I was able to hover off the platform behind it just a little bit, and that was all the distance I needed for the extra momentum. So that might be the key to not needing to jump over there. It just takes so long to get back there every time that I keep losing track of what I'm trying to do. And a lot of it really looks the same. It's also worth noting I have 3 other planned theme days that will be coming up basically whenever I feel like fitting them in before the month is over, which with us being halfway through the month, I'm probably going to expedite them a bit more than I originally had planned. Because I was thinking about them before the month had even fully started, and then the next Fest news came up, so I'm like, well, guess that throws my plans in a tizzy a bit. Because it was originally going to be like once a week I was going to do them, but there's not enough weeks left for all of them to be fit in. So it's probably going to be like 2 a week. So maybe I'll do like today and tomorrow will be theme days this week. Then I'll do more regularly scheduled things for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Not that we have regularly scheduled things on this channel to begin with, but you know what I mean. This channel is just question marks on a regular basis. But that's fine. And notice how far away from this we can get without it breaking the ice. Oh. Nice. My plan worked. Except I screwed up and went the wrong way. Because your natural movement makes you want to go up and left. But the game wants you to go up and right. We were in such a good position, but I forgot which way I needed to go because it's been so long since we successfully got that far. Yeah, let me put it this way. Would you all rather I do a theme day at the beginning and end of the week, or would you rather them be back to back during the week? Or should I just do all 4 of them in a row and get it over with? Because I've got enjoyable games lined up for all the remaining theme days. So it's not like it'll be a problem no matter when, how, why. Because it's all planned out and all ready to go. I could literally just do it all in one row and be done with it right now. I got scammed so hard on that one. I feel like that one wasn't my fault. Well, that's the thing. There was nothing planned on the original schedule at this point. I've finished everything that's been in the consistent schedule. So the whole schedule's open right now. That's the only reason I'm offering the flexibility on that one. Is the only consistent game that was left on the schedule was Sea of Stars, and that's done now. So the whole schedule's kind of sitting open and free at the moment because I haven't had anything that felt good enough to be consistent. Other than that right now. And I haven't seen anything new come out that I'm like, yes, I want to keep this consistently on the schedule. Well, yeah, that's why I'm kind of trying to keep the energy of it alive somewhat with what I'm doing. And it's just, you know, it's the right time of year to play this type of thing. So it just fits together. Like, I'm not hard set on any of this to begin with myself either. It's just a fun thing to do. And helps change things up a little bit. Gives some structure to my otherwise complete lack of structure. Since having the genre-themed days has kind of fallen by the wayside at this point as well, because I was running out of ideas I was that enthused about within those genres. So it then ended up becoming nothing but flex space, and I don't have anything fantastic coming up immediately. So that's why everything's just kind of like, yeah, I'm just gonna do this, or I'll just do that, or just do insert thing here. Because I'm also, as I've discussed before, running into technical limitations with some of the things I would like to do. So those no longer are an option until equipment improvements happen, which aren't going to happen anytime soon. Which will more than likely lead to the prime time for some of those plans to have long since passed. Well, I would have loved to continue Lies of P, but it just doesn't run well enough while streaming for that to be a viable option. It doesn't run in a way I'm comfortable with while live. And I had no ways left to fix it without better equipment at that point. Just as an example of the thing I'm talking about. And I would have loved to continue streaming Payday 3, but that too just doesn't do well enough. It doesn't hold itself together enough for me to feel comfortable with that idea. It's not a quality enough product for me to be happy with. As you well know, I'm very stubborn about the quality control of my presentation. I think anyone that's been here for a bit has realized I am probably a little too particular, if anything, about that. Which is why I'm always worrying over the audio balance and all of that, and constantly fiddling things around. So when something ends up, like, not running ideally, or makes the stream stutter or anything, it ends up getting set by the wayside pretty much immediately. Both of which happened with both Payday 3 and Lies of P. Both of them were just too much of a draw on this computer with the equipment I've got for it to be stable. Though, both of which weren't going to last super long either way, because both were going to eventually hit points where they weren't going to be maintainable for me anyway. Because even if I had a setup that could run Lies of P perfectly, for example, there would come a point where that was going to no longer be sustainable for me anyway, because I know how those games get. And I almost always hit a point where I just can't do it anymore. And that game was already hitting some rough notes. Which is what helped encourage the decision to set that one aside. Otherwise, you know I would have stubbornly figured out a way to make it work. By hook or by crook. And Payday 3 just wasn't gonna be a big enough thing for me to really go nuts trying to make that 100% perfect stable, especially with the engine that that's running on. It was never gonna be a perfect situation while streaming. And my interest was invariably going to wane on that before too awful long as well. And that's nothing against the game, that's just the nature of me. I don't know how you're supposed to make that turn. Is like this... Sure, it still doesn't look great by any stretch of the imagination, but this is as good as this ends up looking, and it's running smoothly, and there's no audio issues, aside from the mixing on it not being great, and everything is working properly. That's where the split ends up being there, if that logic makes sense. Just in case anybody's wondering, like, well, why don't you just run it down at, like, 640 by 480? It's like, well, I could, but even my own eyes would start to bleed after a bit looking at something like that. And that's an extreme example, but that's the kind of point I mean. I would rather play things at the way they look and how they're supposed to be, rather than harshly downgrading something for the sake of runnability, unless it was something I was heavily attached to, and I'm not heavily attached to either of those. Because as we all know, I don't really have that many things that I'm that heavily attached to, which is also what's made things interestingly complicated sometimes. But it's the other side of that coin is that's what's enabled me to be as varied and wild as I am. But sure, it definitely doesn't help in terms of gaining and maintaining a viewer base as quickly as those who set down, like, this is what I do, as a hard and fast rule. It helps keep me sane, relatively. Because, like, you'll notice, for the longest time I was running Fall Guys a bunch, but I'm not doing that anymore because I kind of got tired of it. It might see a return soon-ish. I will say that as a potential mild spoiler of the future, but it is not in the current cards, necessarily. Okay, now that we're stably here, where am I supposed to be going? Like, I have to assume I'm meant to go to the right, right? Is it just a case of I just tank a hit and start jumping like a madman? Because that's the only thing I can think of to do there is I tank one hit at full health and then just start hop, skipping, and hoping. And you might be wondering, well, why aren't you using those guides you've got to tell you where you need to be in the stage? I can't really tell what they're talking about because they don't give me a frame of reference for the areas they're talking about. It just ends up sounding all the same, and that's why I'm not really using that as a solution to the problem. Okay, I have figured out where they're talking about, and my theory is correct in terms of what I have to do here. And it sucks. Though instead of tanking a hit, they say to jump across the gap, but I feel like that's not super doable. But we can try. It's definitely a question mark on that one, but if two different guides say that it can be done, presumably it can, just whether I can do it is another question. But yeah, that whole line of thought back there is exactly what I was thinking about with relation to those ideas. And don't you just love it when the ice just suddenly decides to break, even though it didn't break when I did the exact same move 7 times? I know I do. It's my favorite thing. Consistency be damned. And if you can't hear the sarcasm in that one, you might want to clear out your ears. Gotta remember, as we were told, this is the worst stage. As soon as this is over, everything gets better again. Ha 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 ha. Anybody got bridges to sell so I could believe this statement? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Gotta go right now. Gotta go right now. Gotta go the hell away. I keep just sliding just a little too far on that one because that last one definitely was my own fault because I built up too much speed. I'm just trying to zip through this now. And I know that's a mistake, but I'm just like, I want to be done. I want to be out of this stage. Set me free. And I know I have multiple easy outs on this problem, but just like, we keep getting close. At least I think we're getting close. And then death ensues again and again. Can I cross this gap? Yes, I can. Dangerously, though. Definitely dangerously. Eee. Yeah, they're trying to say that I'm meant to jump up and right across this gap as far as I can tell. Which seems crazy. But I guess it works. There we go, we're through that. And we got a heal. Okay, so we're back in this. So that part's not as bad as it looked. I thought that went on further than it did, which is why I was very hesitant to do the multi-jump to get across there. Because, as you might have noticed, me doing the repeated jumps really isn't that maintainable. Oh, this is the one I need to free. Okay. Boop. Go, 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 go. Just gotta stay close to it. I don't need health, so I'm not gonna fuck around with that idea. Don't need to fuck around and find out right now. Oh, you bastards. So I guess I was supposed to get off there and go somewhere. Still, we made a very big leap forward now that I know what to do in that spot. But still, oof. Extensive oof. And to think, I could have played other games at the same time today, but no. Stupid, stubborn brain decided it's a bones-only time, apparently. My plans. My plans. Though I will say, out of all the theme days, this was the one with the thinnest plan. Considering it was like 2 games guaranteed planned, and then question marks abound beyond that. So maybe it's for the best that stubbornness took hold here. Who knows? The only way to really find out whether this would have been for the best or not is to have a time machine. Go back and try it a different way, and even then, who knows what would have happened. I don't understand why sometimes that just snaps at the drop of a hat. Like, am I hitting just the wrong pixel when I go through there sometimes? It's like they're just a secret weak spot in some of those? I don't know. And I think the fact that I'm still figuring things out with this is the only reason I'm still going with this stage. Is the fact that we have made forward progress. We keep getting teased with victory. Just enough that I'm gonna keep bullheading forward. If we had hard-walled like we were for a bit the entire time, I probably would have put this down a while ago. But we've just constantly been getting just that tiny taste of potential success over and over again. Which just keeps feeding in the gullible part of my brain that stupid thing known as hope. And then that happens. Which immediately tells me that that hope is a lie. Like, I'm genuinely starting to wonder if they genuinely have, like, some kind of random number generator attached to these patches of ice that decide whether it's gonna fall or not. Which would be so mean, but at the same time, absolutely fascinating. Got any of that there health around here? That's the anti-health. That's death. I don't need that. I got plenty of death. Right about here. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Yep, that's physically impossible to cross that much of it. Okay. I figured since we were already injured and the odds of us making it all the way through weren't great, I was going to test it with the most momentum I could potentially give myself. And there's maybe even ways to have gotten more momentum than that going into there. But no, I think a jump is absolutely required there. And if people have questions about any of this long ramble that's happened, by all means, ask questions. I don't know how coherent my thought process that I was explaining before about why some things got cut out and some things aren't being covered anymore made any sense at all or not. Because in order to keep this moving and explain it, I had to just go full stream of consciousness with it. And just let the whole thought slide out. So it may be that was a little more of an answer than is understandable. But as you can see, some of these parts are very quick to get through. Like, we're back at the bad part again immediately. But this time that bit of ice broke. And I still don't know why. Like, I have to assume I just passed it just slow enough that he put too much weight there or something? It's like, we were a little slow that time and it almost broke on us. Hit, 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 hap, and hap. Okay. Is taking damage at up to this point's fine. It was taking damage on our way over there I was worried about. Is if we took damage again, we would just die. Catch them at just the wrong point and fuckery ensues. Okay, we might be able to start with we might be able to survive with a portion of a letter if we fall again. I have my doubts, but, you know, one can dream. Up. Gotta go. Okay, I just gotta remember, at a certain point further along up here, it bounces completely back the other way. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to transfer here, because there's one going back and forth over here. So maybe the one I thought was a death trap was actually the correct path, and they were trying to mark it with healing. Oh, the stutter. I don't know why the game stuttered there, but it ruined me. Everything stuttered for just a solid second there, and just completely destroyed that run of it. I don't know why that happened. I genuinely haven't the slightest idea. For those wondering, I'm not even past half CPU usage or anything. Unless it jumped at that exact second, which I would have no idea why it would. That was something internal to the game that happened there. Like, a 50% spike is not impossible. But I have barely anything else running other than what's absolutely necessary right now, so it should not have had any spiking like that. Unless something has decided to turn itself back on, which has been known to happen these days. With everything deciding it knows better than the user does. Which, in a lot of cases, they're right, but it's very frustrating. I really need to stop crossing in front of there. Because yes, 9 times out of 10 it's fine, but these other couple times now and then really are problematic because we keep getting put to a health disadvantage. I should have taken the time to set up, but I'm so done with this stage at this point. But I'm also too stubborn to skip the stage. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and skip the stage, because we've seen 90% of the stage. There's like one more set of jumps after what you've seen me do. Because I'm only planning on probably playing for another like half hour or so and then stopping for the day. I'll decide when we get to the end whether I'm going to count this or not. Because like I said, we got through 90% of that stage. And the rest of the stages, in theory, will be done legitimately. So we'll play it by ear when we get to that point, how that'll work out. But let's just actually make forward progress, shall we? I knew at some point I was going to be tempted into doing this, but I was hoping to have made it farther than that. Ah, so that's how this stage is going to work. So I need to run forward. Wait, why did the stage immediately restart with... Oh, because it didn't kill me, it only damaged me. Interesting. Oh, this sucks. I'm not sure this was an improvement to move to. I'm not sure this is better. Because this is just gonna be beat your head against walls and memorize the stage. Also, wow, we lost a lot of health on the second drop there. Oh, there was a heal there, though. I also have one very good question. Why? Why are we looking at Mr. Bones from underneath the ice, but he still can fall into the icy waters? I thought maybe he was, like, running on the underside of the ice. That would make some sense somehow, because, you know, he's a skeleton, he doesn't need to breathe or anything. Which also begs the question why falling into icy waters matters to begin with. Yeah, that's the real answer, sadly. But I'm just like, I can't wrap my head around it. There's a lot of these I'm like, okay, I can kind of see in context reasoning for this. This one, I've got nothing. This is just stupid. This just exists for exactly what you're talking about. Somebody thought it'd be cool. And visually it is, but it's another one that suffers from the amount of camera distance we have. I can't see where I'm going, therefore I just keep getting newbie trapped every corner. Because short of memorizing every single turn on this path, I don't know how the hell you're supposed to outpace the ice. And that's probably exactly what they intend you to do, is just have every corner memorized. There's one hit against a wall and you lose. I almost feel like I was better off staying on the ice jumping. Ah. So, I've got some good news from the guide. This stage lasts 10 seconds. Give or take, according to the guide. We've basically have already nearly completed it, we just need to not fumble. It's that stupid. The loading is longer than the stage is, apparently. Or at least it would have been back in the day. On our current setup, it's quicker. Well, the guide's already lying, because that was definitely more than 10 seconds, even... Like, unless they mean a perfect run of it's 10 seconds, which I would believe. But we clearly were overcompensating a bunch, so that was part of the problem. Because they're saying just literally just slight left, slight right, slight left. Yep, there it is. That's how short that stage is. That's stupid. That is so stupid. That stage doesn't need to exist. Oh, I see. So I can be hurt if my shadow is hit. But if they hit, you know, what? Okay. I was gonna say if I'm in the shadows, I'm safe, but clearly I wasn't when he did the other attack. I am confusion. What am I supposed to do? Is the better question. Not that. Now I'm too damn tall. They won't attack if I'm not in range. I'm not sure what to do here. Like, one would think it's either a matter of, like, dealing with the fire, or... Yeah, because if there's no shadows, there's no shadow monster. Okay. Projectiles are going. Because, like, I can't do my regular beam attack, for example, so that's not the answer here. Okay. Oh, I think I get it. I think I get what I need to do. But I need all my bits. Over here. How did I do that? There we go. It's something like this where I need to just hit the... Wow, you can really reach very far. Imagine if it's something as stupid as just put your shadow skull over the skull. With this game, I would honestly believe that that would be a thing. Is it? I almost have to assume that it is something involving moving my shadow. It kind of does have a bit of a fishing pole, a bit of a crane thing going on. But the only thing I could think of to grab with the crane would have been, like, the red skulls in the front here. But those are also the only things making our only means of protecting us from the shadow monster. I'm not sure what to do. I'm listening. I'm curious what this thought is. I've got nothing here, so I'm more than willing to hear suggestions right now. Because the only logical thing I could think of didn't do anything. I see what you're thinking there, yeah. And the creature only seems to react when I'm actively in front of those, so the crane might be able to reach over and press it down. I assume that's where your thought's going, is use the crane to reach over and press the pressure plate. Can he actually hit? No. Okay. Well, that didn't work. I don't think that's physically possible to dodge the actual, like, shadow monster attacks. The projectiles, sure, I could probably dodge. But I don't think it'd be possible to dodge those claw attacks. Unless, like, crouching there in the middle might work. But I don't know, that seems like a lot to expect. Especially when you consider it hitting you does that. It just sends you right back over here with most of your parts gone. Did I do it? I don't know what happened. I ran up and touched the pressure plate, and now everything's exploded. Huh. So this is concerning. This is definitely frozen. So I'm gonna have to reset. Now the problem with resetting is I'm gonna have to at the very least put the code back in again. And pray that I can get the code to work again. So let me go quickly grab the code again. So if it does that again, we might just be hooped in general here. Oh wait, no, it looks like I don't have to input the code again. We're actually good as far as that goes. It remembers. So that's nice. Let's go back to Shadow Monster again. Ah, I see. The skull changed when we touched the pressure plate and the door partially opened. So there's an interaction here, I guess? Ah, there we go. I'm just gonna wait the projectile wave out for a second here. Okay, let's wait this out for a second. Because the thing is, my physical body isn't the problem, it's the shadow. But the shadow moves as we move. But keeping track of that's a little bit tricky. Whereas dodging the monsters themselves isn't actually that bad. And my arm being over there is fine. I'll come back for that when I'm going through the door. So that's... It's really just gonna not stop, is it? This one's still red. Do I need to hit the same skull twice? Yeah, apparently. Okay. Oh, it went for both at the same time, huh? That's kind of cheap. Eh. So you'll notice there's a trade-off involved with this stage. If I'm far in the back, we move very slow, but our hitbox is very small. If we go all the way to the front, our hitbox is huge, but we move across the screen quickly. Because, you know, the simple near and far concept there. Ow, 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 ow. I know I don't have a torso right now, it's fine. Beep. Reassemble the bones. Okay. So good shot on that one, though. Which, it makes perfect sense how this works. There's just a lot to look at all at once with how they designed this. And it broke again. Though I think I know how it broke. When I run into the plate instead of jumping on it, it's breaking. I'm gonna try that one more time. If it crashes again, we'll just move to the next stage because we basically did the stage. And I think part of the thing is I'm also hitting a point where my brain's just not really processing at full power anymore because of dealing with those other stages. Your brain's just kind of done. It's like, nope, this is stupid. Interestingly enough, you don't have to actually directly land on it either. Come on, come on. Damn it! I touched the skull of the heal, but the skull heal takes a second to kick in. But on the bright side, we actually died in the stage instead of it crashing out on us. So we got that going for us, at least. Now, see, I'm bumping into it now after jumping and missing it, and it's not crashing. I'm confused. Ow. Quickly gonna grab the heal before I go for the bones. There we go, good enough. Oop. Please let this be the last one. Nope. No. At least they don't, like, snatch the bones or anything, so I don't have to worry about that. Probably dead here. Yep. Because you just keep getting caught in a loop where you just can't get your parts back. This is not a well-designed fight. Because there's just too much spam toward the end there. I don't know how you're supposed to work around any of that, since you need to be fully formed when you get to the exit. So that, like, you could possibly, like, go tiny mode, go up there, and then do it that way, but the time it would take you to reform once you get up there, you'd probably still die. And it's not like I can wait his attacks out entirely, because he just sits there and waits. And what y'all probably can't see is the fact that the 3D on this doesn't entirely work. Sometimes I press forward for him to go towards the camera and he just doesn't. Like, the answer to the ghosts from the sides is I just make myself really big, and that scares them off, it seems. Game, I would like that butterfly. The butterfly that's very clearly there. There we go. Ow. I hate everything. Come on now. Okay. Really, that's still not good enough? Come on now. They're giving me a lot of healing, though. This might be the one, though. This might be the win. Because it's attacking a lot less suddenly. We're getting a lot of healing. Yep. We literally just needed to get through that one phase where it really went ham, and we were done. Okay. Still, I think that phase was a little too much. Because you end up walking a very, very fine line with very little control over how it plays out. Sort of. The intensity definitely ramps up the closer to the plate you get. But the thing is, you don't really have the movement to manipulate that as much as you might think. Because he doesn't move well. But I do agree with you that they were doing certain attacks based on where you were. Okay, safe to say I'm supposed to unbolt this somehow. Oh, maybe I make him bite and then I jump on his head? Yep. Okay, this one's at least fairly easy to understand. And there goes the fun part. Because part of my frustration comes in from the very simple fact of how easy it is for you to end up in a position where just jumping means you start losing your bones everywhere and it just gets annoying. That's where the frustration loop starts hitting for me with this. If it weren't for that, most of these boss fights wouldn't be nearly as bad. Because I don't mind a boss fight being difficult, but that's just a very unfun mechanic once you get to a fight like this. It's like, oh hey, you start losing your ability to move just because you moved. Oh no. Like it demands a level of perfection that just starts to get at a little bit grating. And I can read how his attacks work just fine. So this one's mostly a matter of execution. But those rocks are a problem. I keep hitting jump with plenty of room to spare, but he doesn't jump immediately. And then you'll notice we also just have rocks just randomly falling now. Which I feel like is a moving part that a fight like this didn't need. And then there's the fact that sometimes he just bites high even though I wasn't even up there yet. I don't understand. Like, my best guess is he was reading late where I was on that one. And this is another case of them attempting to have some 3D also makes reading where the rocks are harder than it needs to be. Because some of those rocks left the area, but they looked like they would still hit me because of the weird 3D. Just a lot of little things come together to make this worse than it needs to be. Exactly. It's just not... It doesn't need to be there. Having them happen when he does the slamming, that makes sense. When they start just happening whenever they feel like it, that's not okay. Having that be a phase attack for us actually successfully getting one of these, that's fine. And maybe, like, at the end of the fight, maybe have that happen for the last phase. I could believe that as well, but the first time you get that? Come on now. That just seems stupid. Especially since it can so easily just catch you when you're still in the animation of getting the screw loosened. Oh, hey, he can actually attack straight forward, too. Neat. It's like, I like the idea of this fight. And aesthetically, I enjoy this fight. Mechanically, I am really hating it. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I tried to do the tall man thing in order to get to that skull up there. Which, that's another problem. That skull is placed perfectly to kill you. Attempting to get to it just kills you. 9 times out of 10. Like, the design of this game is insanity to me in places. But again, if it just controlled just a bit tighter and a bit smoother, this would be perfectly fine. Oh, that's timing. I'll be with you in 1 second on that. Ah! Rocks everywhere. Okay. Thank you for the raid, Crimson. How was your stream today? I think you were doing House Flipper, or was it Power Wash? One of the two. There you are. How you doing? Ah, House Flipper. Okay. We are probably ending soon-ish because my capacity to deal with this is waning. But hopefully you're doing well, and welcome in, everybody. Excellent. This adventure has been anything but chill, but I'm glad you had a good time. Okay. You're gonna roar again. There are rocks everywhere. And there's just a couple too many rocks that come out even in that phase. But I want to at least knock one of these off before I give up. Oh my lord. Like, some of these I'm making mistakes on, but it's because I'm just getting overloaded. I appreciate that. And to be fair, this is earlier than I usually end, so it's understandable on that. This game's just been wearing me out. Arrgh. Damn it. Come on, I need my parts back. Ah, there we go. Okay, so that is supposed to be doable. Okay. Now that I understand that, this might be okay. God damn it, game. Those goddamn rocks every time. Because when I say that this has been one of the nicer parts of this game, that should tell you a lot about how this has been going. This is generous by comparison to some of what's been happening here. We've had to run across ice, save tiny people from spiders, get through a forest full of bats, outrun an army of skeletons, and then play a rock concert for them. It's been a thing. But I'm always happy to see you. And hopefully everyone that came with you is doing well. Oh yeah, and when we switched discs, I also had to use a level select code because it didn't switch discs properly. So otherwise I would have had to get into a weird loop of having to start the game over again. So that would have been a whole thing. We got through all of this over here. All in one and clean go for the most part. And all of this up here. We ended up skipping the very end of this stage because we just could not do it. And then we got here. And that brings people up to date with how much I've been pounding my head through a wall dealing with this. This was meant to be a whole day of skeleton games and all of that, and, well, brain got stuck on this one. For as good or bad an idea as that was. Ow. I'm starting to get this fight down, but boy, it's a thing. I wonder if there's just a fundamental misunderstanding I'm having with how this fight goes. It probably is. The random rocks, though. Random rocks. And we're dead. That's the other thing, is you can die very, very easily. I would go back and show some of the better stages for those who came in late, but I'd have to switch discs and put the code in again, I'm pretty sure, to do so. Just know that some of them are actually fun. Just not these. Yeah. I mean, I have to imagine, with it being guarded by what looks to be a T-Rex skeleton, this place has probably been here a while. Like, at face value, this fight is very easy. It's just the spam of the rocks. It's just a little too hard. Especially for fatigued me. Oh, you bit a little too far. No, I need you to bite where I can jump to. He finally learns to bite all the way to the left, just in time for it not to work. Because he's not actually biting where I am, he's slightly off. And that's been throwing that whole move off. But I'm sorry you're coming into me mostly just shouting and being frustrated. But that's just the state of things we've reached at this point. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't be too stubborn for your own good like I am. I keep coming so close to managing to get past those, and then I make one small fumble. Grab that early this time. Is getting it later on just doesn't work out. I also don't know what determines those mushrooms spawning to heal me. Rude. Down here, man. There you go. Oh my god. I keep forgetting that that last one bounces high. I really should just duck under. Are you? Come on now. Give me back my arms. I need those. Now, for those who came in late and don't know, once I get low on health, as you can see by the text up at the top, anytime I jump or have a heavy impact like running into a wall or anything, my arms and legs start to fall off, which really doesn't help my cause. It's a thing. As you might imagine, keeping your legs on when you're trying to jump. Yes there is, but they come in close enough together that I keep misreading the pattern, and as soon as one hits me, I end up getting hit by all of them. Is a consistent problem I've been having. Because I don't get control back till after, or the other ones are already on top of me, basically. You might be wondering, is there hit stun in this game? For me, yes. For everything else, not so much. So it's very easy to get caught in a bad loop where you don't come out of your hit stun quick enough to make an action on anything that's happening. But, fun fact, your invincibility frames are shorter than the hit stun time. Yay! Good game design! Another thing that's lending itself to this not going well. Face, wall, face, wall, face, wall. Because I need to not be too close to that wall so that the one that falls on that side doesn't hit me, but if I stand too far over, I get hit by the other one immediately instead. I'm starting to get it, but... And then there's the fact that he arbitrarily keeps biting up where I need to go, because he knows where I need to go. He's smart enough to know that. And I always miss the random rock that comes out of left field. is those don't seem to have a rhyme or reason to it, other than whenever he's not taking an action, there's a good chance one of those rocks is going to show up, but I have no way to know exactly when. There's no cue to it. There's a pattern, yes. They come in on the side I'm on. They're guaranteed to come in on the side I'm on, as far as I can tell. Just when is a little bit of a question mark. Because he doesn't move or anything when they show up. But there's times where he's not moving and it still doesn't happen, too. That's the part I'm not managing to read. Is like, you'll notice he just sat there and then the rock came in. But he moved and a rock still came in. That's where it gets a little weird. They might be alternating? And it might just be I conveniently keep moving to the other side just in time? Which, that's helpful if they are alternating, which you might be right about that with how it's been happening. But it doesn't stop the fact that I'm still getting hit enough that there's no way we're making it through this with how long this fight seems like it's going to be. Like, I think this fight's gonna end up getting filed under it outstays its welcome. Because we spun that one on the right, what, like 5 times on the best run we've had? And it still wasn't off? And then there's the fact that there's a lot of attacks he has where I can't make forward progress on the fight. Like, some of his other attacks I definitely could make moves to jump onto, but the timing on them would be a lot stricter than these bottom and corner attacks. And then there's all the rocks coming in, interfering further with you getting literally anything done with this fight. Like, at this point, all this fight would need for me to be happy enough would be some kind of signal that those rocks are coming in. The ones that just come in from the sides at seemingly random. Like, there seems to be a set timing to it, but good luck managing to keep that timing in your head and keep track of everything else that's going on. Because they do seem to be, like, on a clock, but I can't keep track of that timing. I just can't. It's too much for where my head's at this point. It seems like there's the same span of time between each of the rocks from the sides, and as you said, they're most certainly alternating. And I think there is a good way to avoid those falling rocks. I'm just not in it anymore. This is why I said we're stopping soon, is I can feel my ability to handle these kind of things just dwindling bit by bit. Because I think the brain's got it at this point, just the hands aren't getting it. And I'm just not interested enough to keep executing this 1,000 more times to get this right. Yeah, exactly. They did that on purpose, figuring people would do exactly what stupid me did, which was, I got hit by a rock from the right. I'll go move to the left, figuring it's attracted to the player. It'll hopefully throw again on the right in the time I take to get over there. But it, of course, is timed just right so that when you react to that, you move right back into it. Or you might be forced to the left when he attacks to the right and things like that. And the thing is, I get that it's close to the end of the game, so that's why they're making that as brutal as it is. Because bear in mind, there's just 1, 2, 3, 4 stages left in the entire game. So it's understandable that that fight is kind of ridiculous. But that's still just beyond what I can do at this point. And I don't want to sit here and just get steadily more and more hoarse and more aggravated trying to get through it. And I could switch games at this point, like I had originally intended to. But to do that and have the other game go a meaningful time would also go over my planned time by a mile. Which is why we're not doing that. And I'm mostly just... That too, yeah. Especially since I'd gotten sick toward the end of last week, I don't want to recur that, because I got sick because I overdid it last week. I know that for a fact. I wasn't getting good enough sleep, and I went kinda ham. So my body slapped me for it. I would rather not aggravate it enough to make that happen again. At least not immediately. So I'm just quickly taking a look around to see where I want to take us and what people are doing. So I know nobody else is playing Mr. Bones specifically, so it's not like I can take y'all somewhere where somebody's playing it for you guys to see the rest of it. Though it's easy enough to look up, so that's not really that big a concern anyway. Excuse me. It's been a while since I've raided them, but they're playing Valorant, and I'm really not about Valorant at all. Raided her again a bunch recently. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. And hopefully all is still going well with you. Okay, you know what? It's not very spooky, but that might be the choice right now, because he's good people. And I also know that he'll probably know what I'm talking about when I mention Mr. Bones. Because, like, there's probably, like, 6 people I could think of at all that would have any idea what this game is, and half of them are here because they were just made to witness it by me. Yeah, so we'll go see E-Goat. Goat's good people. He's doing Wind Waker, which isn't very spooky, but, you know, that's fine. Wind Waker's also at least a decent game that I know a lot of people around here like, so that'll work. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Thank you, Crimson, again for the raid, even though it wasn't that long. Hopefully you had fun while you were here. We will be back tomorrow. I still didn't get a consensus whether you guys wanted me to do another of the theme days tomorrow or not, so I might just, like, flip a coin later if I don't hear something concrete one way or the other. Absolutely, and it's always appreciated. I know it's frequently the other way around because of timing, but that's fine either way. Let's see. Yeah. Basically, the whole theme or to not theme question ends up saying what the schedule for the week is a little interesting. I don't have a plan for what this Thursday is going to be either. I might put up a poll about a couple series that I might offer up for Thursday. I might just start doing some random stuff for the rest of this week while we figure things out more. I don't know yet. I'm also going to try again to reach out to some people and see if I can find a group to do something for Friday. But that's always going to be an up-in-the-air thing, because you never know what people's schedules are. But I'm going to go ahead and get this timer started while I finish rambling, because otherwise I'll be sitting here rambling till God knows when. So So basically, expect to see me tomorrow. Tomorrow will be something. Keep an eye on Twitter if you're curious about any future developments as to what tomorrow will be, because I might put up polls and such pertaining to do or not to do with some things as well. Though probably not pertaining to tomorrow, because won't exactly have a long time for that poll to run. And people probably won't notice it before then. But once again, thank you all. Be good to Goaties, good people, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.